Good morning, Mr. CBC.
Molo Sibusiso.
Good morning, sisi kunjani?
Siyaphila unjani?
Ngikhona. Bengicela ungi-asayine.
Ewe ke but uMamkhawula usubmite i-apology ne? But ke I will assign you.
Bo
Yeah, not here ne? Okay.
so kusho ukuthi ngingajoyini.
Hayi join angathi yazi member submit i-apology atshintshe i-minds at a later stage umbone seyikhona emeetingini. But ke
Okay.
yali usubmite i-apology.
Good morning, colleagues. I just want to test the audio and visual. Am I clear?
You are clear, Mr. Reddy.
Thank you very much. I'll just switch off for now. Thank you.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock. It's time for us to start our meeting. Welcome to the Minister, the Deputy Ministers, the officials of Water and Sanitation, officials of COCTA and of SALGA, and then also the colleagues in the Portfolio Committee of Water and Sanitation, the Honourable Members of Parliament. Our officials in the Water Committee, thank you very much for all your hard work, and I hope we'll have a fruitful meeting this morning dealing with the municipalities, and I will set out the rules before we start. May I ask us to observe a moment of silent prayer or meditation? Thank you. Any apologies?
Good morning, Chairperson. There is an apology from Mam Kaula. She's attending to an urgent family responsibility. That is all.
All right, then I also had the apology from the Minister that needs to leave us early for a cabinet meeting. So that is the apologies from other members. Are any apologies? It seems there's nothing. Colleagues, we're going to do the briefing. I'm going to allow, there's only one presentation. I'm going to allow 20 minutes to 30 minutes, at least not more than 30 minutes, so that we can deal with the questioning on this 105 municipalities. What I would like also to request the members when we ask questions, that we concentrate on asking questions. Each member 3 questions. Hopefully we can go into a second round of questions. As in the past, I will allow you if you're not happy, but please, I don't want to ask you, I'm asking you very nicely, let's just stick to the questions. Don't give your view on a matter. Everybody's got a view. We are here to scrutinize the presentation, and we must make sure that we get sufficient answers out of the department concerning this matter. Before I hand over to the Minister, may I quickly ask, is there any ministers, any minister or deputy minister from COCTA here today? Can we get a representative of COCTA, the DG or DDG? Are they here?
Morning, Chairperson. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
My name is Neville Cheney. I'm from the Department of Cooperative Governance. Chairperson, if I could just tender the apology of the Minister and the Director General, as well as the Deputy Minister. They are in Ditsobotla initiating the section 1397, Chairperson. So, but I'll be here on behalf of the department. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you also for looking after Ditsobotla. It's in my province, and yeah, the 13917, 397. I hope we can rescue that municipality. Taking note of that, Honourable Moore, you've raised your hand?
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to yourself and to colleagues and everyone on the call. Chair, I just want to ask, we've got 4 hours for this meeting and you suggested 30 minutes for the presentation. It's actually quite a sizable 60-slide presentation with a lot of detail. And whilst I have read it, the entire thing, I think there would be value in us giving extra time, considering it's a single presentation, to go through it, even as much as an hour. That would still leave us with 3 hours for questions, which I think should be sizable enough since we're focused on this specific presentation. But I think the topic deserves additional time, considering we're talking about 105 of the worst run
Honourable
water
Moore,
service
you
authorities.
cut out.
Chair, I'm just asking for extra time for the presentation if they
Your
need it.
signal is, or it's my signal or your signal, but you're cutting out.
It's your signal, Chairperson. We can hear him clearly.
Okay, I'm just switching now from my side.
Chair, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Chair, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Honourable Moore, I have heard your plea. Minister, how many time, what amount of time would you need to do this presentation?
Chair, I think the 30 minutes time would do for presentation. DDG Mate will be doing that presentation, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Moore, the department says 30 minutes. We'll be lenient in that case, but I would really want us to ask more questions concerning it. Is an important presentation before us so that we can deal with that. But I also request that the honourable members stick to the questions only. And please, I once again plead with you, let's keep the politics away. It's the lives of people that we've got to look after and not fight each other in this committee. That we can do outside, having a cup of coffee or something stronger. But once again, my plea is let's stick to the work we are elected to do and deal with the questions and hammer the department and Kokta and Salga on questions that is of importance for you and Parliament to do our oversight role. Minister, I then hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me take this opportunity, Chair, to thank you very much. Greet all honourable members of this portfolio committee, the Deputy Minister Mahlobo, Deputy Minister Seitlulo, the official from Kokta, as well as the President and the team from Salga. Greetings this morning. Chair, I will be very brief on my overview so as to allow DDG Mate to talk to the presentation which we have sent to you. What is important about that presentation is that it goes over to Kokta. So some of the things that we'll hear from our presentation are Kokta related because we've been working together on these 105 municipalities. We're here to provide, Chair, update on all support that the department is providing to the 105 worst performing municipalities. The list of 105 most dismally performing municipalities is based on their poor performance in water and waste water services, as per the published DROP report. These are all municipalities delegated with the authority and mandate to provide water services to its people, but which have dismally failed in their task. In line with our constitutional mandate, we as the Department of Water and Sanitation Chair and honourable members, and as national government more broadly, continue to provide significant support to struggling municipalities to help them fulfill their their responsibilities, whilst DWS has historically supported municipalities through infrastructure grants and technical assistance. A deeper analysis of the 105 worst performing municipalities reveals that poor, inadequate infrastructure and poor water and sanitation outcomes are not solely the results of what these municipalities are going through. They often stem from deeper systematic governance failures that have left many of these municipalities in a generally non-functional state. Honorable Chair, it is for this reason that we see close coordination with the Department of COCTA as a critical way of coming together as government to assist these municipalities. And I use the word assist because we cannot do or take over the responsibilities of municipality. And I will not shy away, Chair, to say that municipalities have responsibilities enshrined in the Constitution. We cannot wake up at willy-nilly and take over those responsibilities. Instead, we must work together. Chair, by aligning our intervention with COCTA, human settlement, as well as electricity and energy, we are focusing on our collective efforts. In the past 5 years, Chair, alone, as I close, DWS has transferred approximately 30 billion to the 105 municipalities through infrastructure grants. Looking ahead, over 10 billion has been earmarked for them each of the next 2 financial years, making up over 80% of our municipal grant allocation. Financial support is not coming from DWS alone to assist municipalities. Financial support also comes from COCTA, which transferred about 43 billion to the 105 municipalities through their MIG. This report talked to various support that DWS and COCTA MISA is providing to municipalities so that they can be able to deliver on their mandate. The list of 38 COCTA municipalities identified as distressed, as well as the 10 municipalities forming part of the municipal performance turnaround strategy, and all other municipalities where COCTA is intervening through Section 139 of the Constitution. Lastly, Chair, it is very much important to inform the Portfolio Committee respectively that we have seen full expenditure of both its municipal grants, we as a department, municipal grant, RIBIC and WISEG, over the past 2 years, where we deemed necessary that where this grant has not been used, we have tried by all means that money must not go back to National Treasury, because the people who suffer is not those who have not used the allocation, but it is the ordinary masses who are waiting for water. So DWS will now convert grants from direct Schedule 5B to indirect, which is Schedule 6B grant, where we are going to appoint an implementing agency to come in and implement the projects without taking money back or without holding back in terms of not allocating. Chair, we think that is going to assist in terms of fast-tracking the projects that are there, but also to complete the project that has been outstanding for the longest time. As you might be aware, Chair, that through our water boards, we have intervened in Mfuleni, we're using the water board, Mkanyakude, Maluti Apofung, etc. But Chair, allow me to thank you very much that DDG Mate will take you or the Portfolio Committee through. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Before I go to the DDG Mate, DG, would you just want to say something before you start?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Ministers, honourable members. We've worked together as a team in the department to prepare the presentation. So I'd like to just hand straight over to Dr. Marty. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Mate, you can continue.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the honorable members, Minister, DMs, and other colleagues and DG. As Minister has given the overview, we have a joint presentation, Chair, which covers work that has been done by the department as well as COGTA. I'll just give a quick overview of the background so that we can lay the foundation. You will have known, Chair and honorable members, that there is powers and function that rest with COGTA to oversee or manage or do oversight and monitor what local government is doing. And as a department, we are setting the regulatory frameworks to monitor how the water sector is managed, specifically when it comes to the National Water Act and Water Services Act, which gives us the powers. Now, as the department, we produce the drop report, which are regulatory tools that we utilize as a cost-incentive model to see where we can basically use our grants to support municipalities. And at the same time, COGTA also have its own programs that they are deploying in municipalities. And I think this is better embraced within the DDM model that we all know about. Now, this presentation captures the plans, support, and interventions that we are using or employing as the department, as well as that which COGTA is doing. So the first few slides is just giving, the slide number 2 is just giving the overview. And as Minister has indicated, the presentation focuses on the 105 dismally performing municipalities. As we know, we have got 144 water service authorities in the country, but this report only zooms close to the 105. It doesn't mean, however, that the balance is not actually receiving attention. And I must say this, Chair, before I move to the next slide, that you would remember that when we published our drop report and we had the water Indaba a year ago, we actually classified these municipalities based on the performance of our drop reports. We had them as good, average, poor, and critical. Now, the 105 municipalities that you will see later in the slide, they are falling under the 2 categories based on our drop report, poor and critical. And that is how we have actually established the baseline of these 105 water service authorities or municipalities that are dismally performing. In the next slide, we then looked at what is it that COGTA is doing. And you will see later in the presentation that COGTA has a support program for municipalities, and they're working through MISA. And they also look at various categories or indicators that looks at how municipalities are performing. They are looking specifically on the issues of poor governance as a key symptoms, also how these municipalities are actually stable technically and financial capacity. Although COGTA was not looking at the indicators that the department was looking at, but you will see later the infusion that we have actually managed between ourselves and COGTA to draw the divergence so that we arrived at the same findings, and that the report actually include both findings, and that's why it's more integrated. So that is basically the key issue. So the presentation seeks to demonstrate that AWS and COGTA have actually aligned their focus and support, and in a coordinated manner to ensure that we support municipalities and that these priorities of projects and other programs that are in municipalities are done to address the issues of poor services. As I've said, Chair, in slide number 4, we are only abstracting the 105 of the 144 WSAs. As I've said, we looked at the drop report that we have actually published. And this slide, we are just reflecting back and reaffirming basically what we look at when we look at our drops. Our drops basically look much on the infrastructure condition. We look at the entire system. We also look at the issues of the capacity of these municipalities to manage water and wastewater supply systems. We look at issues of non-revenue water and the likes. And you would have heard the department constantly saying that the issues of capacity in municipalities, as far as process controllers are concerned, remains a risk and a gap in the sector that needs to be addressed. So these drop reports, they help us to look at what is the condition of the water and wastewater supply systems on the ground. We know that there's a public perception that the department is using the drops as a tool to punish water service authorities, but to the contrary, Chair, we believe that the drops are an incentive-based system where we are utilizing them to protect our water and sanitation services on the ground and our natural resources, and then we use this through our grants framework, through WSIG as well as MIG through COCTA to ensure that we address those issues. Slide number 5, Chair. I won't emphasize much on it, but I've already given you the background that the abstraction of this 105 through our drop report as the department were based on 2 things. Which municipalities are in a critical state when we look at our blue, green, and not drop report, and which ones look at poor. And you will see in slide number 5 that the 2 sub-bullets indicates that it was 67 municipalities as well as 38 municipalities which were falling within the poor and critical. And that is how the 105 were basically set apart as municipalities that Minister said we need to prioritize to focus on those. Slide 6 and slide number 7, Chair, I won't go through the name list, but it's just to elevate those municipalities in their chronological order from 1 to 67, falling under critical. And slide number 7 also indicates municipalities that are within the poor state. There is 38. And this is how we are saying the base of the 105 municipalities were arrived at. Now, the question can be asked, Chair, that did the department only look at the blue, green, and not drop reports to elevate the poor performing municipalities? And the direct answer to that is that no, we did not only look at the blue, green, and not drop. We also used what we call the municipal self-assessment, the municipal strategic self-assessment. And this is a tool that we allow municipalities to populate the information based on their capacity. It looks at the governance issues. We look at the issues of financial stability. We look at issues such as technical capacity. We look at the issues of governance. And also, do they have issues like asset register on the ground? Do they have the water conservation and demand management? Now, we have looked into that self-assessment, and the results indicate that where these failures are happening, also most assessments seeks to support or depict the same information. Now, if anyone, Chair, was not to believe that perhaps our drop reports are not accurate, now if there's a tool that all of us needs to believe, because the self-assessment, you examine yourself, is the municipal self-assessment tool, because municipalities, they give this information to us based on the technical capacity, and it can be supported by the drop reports. Issues of criminal cases that we have elevated against municipalities are also looked at. The issues of backlog, access, and reliability, which is a concern at the moment. Issues of intermediate water supply are what makes service reliability drop within the country, and we've looked into that. Chair, you know, and honorable members, we have often spoke about the issues of debt, which Minister is actually intervening to support and working with SALGA and other municipalities. Issues of debt, we have also looked into that. However, the convergence that we started drawing, Chair, was that we also need to look at the dysfunctional list that COCTA has developed for municipalities that are poor performing, and that some of those municipalities could be under administration. So we looked at that report to see if the report of those 38 municipalities that COGTA elevated as key or as dysfunctional are they featuring in our 105 municipalities. And you will see later the convergence that the 38 municipalities are actually appearing in the list. Slide number 9, Chair, we're just showing, together with COGTA, the indicators that the COGTA looked at. But I must say this, Chair, so that we clarify the facts. Initially, COGTA was looking at about 35 distressed municipalities out of the 257. And remember, the 257, in there, we have what we call the water service authorities, the ones that have got the powers and the function to discharge the water provision. Now, out of those 35 municipalities, they looked at, is the municipality stable? Are they at risk? What constitutes them being distressed? And they looked at the issues of performance in their municipal functions, the issues of constitutional policy, the legislative issues, are they stable? And they looked at what are some of the regulatory issues that they are not complying with? What is the governance stability in those municipalities? These are the indicators that COGTA looked at, and they seek to support directly our findings as DWS, and hence the report is able to talk to each other. Now, slide number 10 indicates how COGTA started looking at these municipalities. And you will see in that table, Chair, that from 2021, if you look on top, you will see that from 2021, 2022 until to 2023, each province had municipalities. So what COGTA has done was to elevate municipalities that are stable. So if you look at Eastern Cape, they are saying that in 2023, in column number 5, in 2023, you see the number 4 there. It means there were 4 municipalities that they looked at which were stable. There were low-risk municipalities in 2021. You can see there were 14. And then in 2022, there were also 14. But I need the honorable members to move to the last column, which talks to exactly the report we're talking about, which is the distressed municipalities. You see there that each province has a number of municipalities, only Mpumalanga and Western Cape, which does not have municipalities in 2023 that were distressed. And now they say the total of those distressed municipalities, looking at the stability, looking at the risk and the financial capability, is 35 of those municipalities. Now, those 35 municipalities are what was basically elevated. Now, there was another component that COGTA needed to look at, and that component was there's what we call inter-ministerial committee. Now, inter-ministerial committee elevated 10 municipalities that needed to be prioritized. And now what COGTA did was to look at those 10 distressed municipalities that the inter-ministerial committee has elevated and say, look and see if these municipalities, because there are serious audit findings about these municipalities, they are also not doing well. Are they part of the dysfunctional municipalities that we are looking at? Now, COGTA did the synchronizations. They make sure that these municipalities appear, and then that list from 35 moved to 38. So in other words, most of the municipalities that the inter-ministerial committee elevated as critical were already featuring in the COGTA report, and hence the list was mildly adjusted from 35 to 38. And that is how now the number moved from 35 on the COGTA list to 38. Now, in the next slide, which is slide number 12, we then said now that COGTA has 38 municipalities, and we are talking about 105 municipalities. Let's do the divergence. Let's convert. Let's ensure that these municipalities talk to each other, and that the list of the 105 municipalities covers all these municipalities. We should not leave anyone. Slide number 12 further elevates. If you look at the legend there, that we are indicating which municipalities form part of the 105 and which municipalities form part of COGTA's list of distressed municipalities and which ones falls within the INC. That table is just a scientific table for us to indicate that where there are ticks, those are the municipalities that COCTA had in their list, but they were already featuring in our 105 municipalities. The one in blue are also an indication that they were part of the COCTA list, but they were also featuring within our 105 municipalities. And the other color, reddish, is also indicating that those ones that were elevated by the Interministerial Committee are also featured. So one can draw a line in the sand, Chair, and say the municipalities elevated by the IMC, the municipalities that COCTA was looking at as distressed, and what we elevated as critical and poor as part of the 105 municipalities, all these municipalities are exactly what we are talking about. So from now onwards, we're just going to talk about the same municipalities. So we've drawn the convergence. Slide number 13, Chair, is just to show that what COCTA also looked at was municipalities that were under Section 139 within the country to ensure that they are also receiving attention. It's just a figure to indicate those numbers in various support and which part of 139 are they implementing. You have heard now the scope of the Tobota, which they're implementing 1398. So it's one of those assessments that COCTA basically looked at. Slide number 14, Chair. I won't go into details, but what we are unpacking here is that COCTA went to town by indicating which municipality of the 38 that they're looking at as what they're falling within the 105. What type of intervention is happening? And I'll give you one example. You look at Eastern Cape, the first municipality is Mgijima, local municipality. They're indicating what type of intervention is there. 1397, 1395A and C, and the list goes on. And they say, when did they then institute this 139? And then it's 2012 in April. Now, when you come to the DWS list, we are saying, where does this municipality falls under? Because we are looking at water service providers, and that we must basically elevate. We are looking at water service providers and water service authorities. That Gijima falls under Chrisahane district municipalities. Now, this is how we have converged the whole list to ensure that we've looked at 139, we've looked at the drop, we've looked at the IMC, we've looked at where we are offering support. Was there a need for us to offer that support? That's basically what that slide spoke about. Slide 15, Chair, is just an extension of the previous slide. It just indicates, for instance, out of those dysfunctional municipalities in high-level summary, you will always, as and when, find municipalities that are outside of what we are looking at, and those are some of the elevated lists. For instance, you see City of Tshwane. We know what's happening in City of Tshwane with the issues of Hammanskraal. And those are the municipalities that COCTA is paying attention to it, much as the department is doing that. So you'll still find that although some of the municipalities might not be featuring, but it doesn't mean that where there are critical focus areas, those municipalities are not being looked at. So that slide is just to reassure Chair and honorable members that even outside of the 105, where there are hotspot areas, COCTA is basically looking at those municipalities. Slide 16 and the next few slides, Chair, is just to give an option analysis of how we can address poor performance. And you would have had Minister in the opening remarks that we do have limitations when we support, because they are constrained within the legislative framework. You can't take over the function. And we are trying to show honorable members that there are options that can be looked at, but although there are restraints or constraints to even go further, for instance, to take over the full capacity or authority in those municipalities, you need to amend the constitution, which you need a 2/3. That is almost impossible. But also, option 2, to take over water services through Section 63, we know there are limitations. It's just a partial support that Section 63 affords the minister to support municipalities, because there are also conditions to it, hence the amendment of the Water Services Act. But then, do you have to declare disaster? And we know that legally you need to find justifiable reason to do that. And then it must be able to provide a short-term relief that is not a long-term support like what we are seeing. Slide 17 also indicates what you'll see featuring more in our presentation. For instance, how do you then utilize grants? You've had Minister elevate this very strongly in the opening remarks, that a key to look at how we are utilizing our grants condition, the allocation of grants to these municipalities from direct to indirect. Direct grants is 5B, where money is sent to the municipalities and they do their own procurement, appoint contractors and do everything. But indirect grants is what the department is able to hold together with National Treasury. We influence the appointment of implementing agent. You heard Minister gave an example of Mfuleni where we're using rainwater, an example of Umkanyakude where we're using Umgen water. Indirect grants or 6B, they allow us such model. And that is exactly what we are utilizing. And you will see later in the presentation that even COCTA has actually went at length to modify their model and convert some of the MIG grants to indirect grants so that they're able to offer proper support and control the terms. And you will see later in the presentation. The sector reforms, we've always elevated this issue, that the sector reforms and the issues of ring fencing are critical so that we're able to separate the powers and ensure that there's proper efficiency in managing the accountability of the system. And we know about the metro trading reforms that is currently ongoing with our metros in the country, which National Treasury is championing. These are part of what can be utilized. You'll have heard, of course, of the SPV that we are now almost implementing, that Rainwater is doing with Mfuleni. These are some of the options that can be looked at, and some of these are actually on the ground. But key, Chair, is that when it comes to issues of operation and maintenance, the user pay principle is quite crucial. The ring fencing of the income through the sales of water to ensure that O&M is implemented is very crucial. And the top slicing of the 10% of the MIG is also an option that is available. And you will see later in the presentation those pointers being elevated. Slide 19, Chair, we are indicating, for instance, what kind of support is given to this party. I'm going to summarize this slide in a few words. One, this slide indicates in a high level, Chair, that the backlog of water and sanitation infrastructure for these 105 municipalities is roughly around 400 billion, just to deal with the backlog, just to get the system going. And we're not only talking on the future investment in our water and sanitation, and sanitation infrastructure upgrade, just to stabilize the system. We have a deficit of about 400 billion. And if you look at our grant allocation, combined with both DWS and COCTA, it will never be enough. But what needs to be elevated, and it's crucial to note, Chair, is that from DWS grant, for the past 5 years, approximately 30 billion has actually been given to the 105 municipalities over the past 5 years to deal with water and sanitation services. Now, if you look into that, we're also saying for the next 2 financial years, there's approximately 10 billion that has been earmarked to support the very same 105 municipalities. And that makes up roughly around 80% of our grants. So the bulk of the grant allocation from DWS goes to these municipalities. Now, the other point we want to elevate is that it's not only DWS that is apportioning grants. COCTA, for the past 5 years, specifically focusing on these 105 municipalities that we're talking about, they dispatched 43 billion. So combined for the past 5 years, you can draw a line in the sand and say there's roughly around 73 billion that has been sent to these municipalities. Now, if we're talking financial support, there is no question that can, there's no denying fact that there is enough financial support that is given to these municipalities. Also, human settlement is sending grants. They've allocated 3 billion for water and sanitation in the past 5 years. And also, in the last financial year, just to zoom it down close, there's roughly around 24 billion that has been spent. So, Chair and honorable members, one can say without fear that for the past couple of years, and even for the next few years, a lot of money has been spent and a lot of money has been earmarked to support these municipalities. Slide 20, I won't talk to it, but what I want the honorable members to zoom into is not just the financial figures that are there. I just want Chair and honorable members to zoom directly to where we're talking about the number of projects. And what we are saying is that with these 105 municipalities, there's a lot of work happening in those municipalities, just on the RBIG as well as the water services infrastructure grant. We are talking a combined 501 projects that are active on the ground to these municipalities, specifically the 105 municipalities. Now, that's a lot of projects happening on the ground. So one can say that there is a lot of projects happening on the ground. Yes, there are issues. Some projects are delayed, some projects get stopped, but one cannot say that there is no work happening on the ground. Slide 21, Chair, I won't talk to it. We just provided the information to see how much money has been allocated for the 25-26 financial year. You can see how much COGTA has actually put aside for each and every province. It's roughly 17 billion for the 25-26 financial year, and also indicated the separation between your water and percentages as well as sanitation there. And are also indicating the IUDG that is being allocated as well, and the Urban Settlement Development Grant, which is also allocated to this municipality. So those are the numbers that we are elevating. And we know, Chair, that your USDG goes to our metros. So it's also clear that our metros are also getting proper allocation for those municipalities. Chair, you heard me saying that the whole integrated support that COGTA and DWS are putting is very crucial. What COGTA has done is to make sure that because we are having all these systems that are collapsing, and that the department is utilizing the conversion of grants from direct to indirect, COGTA has done the same. They had a meeting with National Treasury to ensure that the conditional grants get converted. And their aim was, let us zoom and look at least 21 municipalities where we are able to convert the grant to ensure that they move from direct to indirect. But here is the one most interesting point, Chair, that I need to elevate. It is the third bullet in this slide, which says that MISA has now recommended 21 municipalities for conversion, mostly the ones that are criminally charged by DWF due to pollution. Now, as we have said, that these grants are not just a stick approach, or these drops rather are not just a stick approach, but are also a stick and a carrot approach. We find gaps, but we need to, you work as a sector to address those. Now, what COGTA has done was that where we have criminally charged or issued notice or directives based on our drop report, COGTA has gone a length to say we need to focus on those municipalities because there's poor performance, because projects don't get finished. We must then speak to National Treasury, convert those direct grants, make them indirect, use the MISA program to support those municipalities in addressing what DWS has found out. Now, this is the best model to show that there is clear coordination between what the department is taking up and what COGTA is addressing on the ground in these municipalities. Slide 23, Chair, I won't talk to it. Minister spoke of it. We're just indicating where there's some portion of Section 63, where we are supporting municipalities, where we're using our water board as the implementing agent. And that slide just indicates some of those programs across the country. Slide 24, you will remember, Chair and honorable members, that one of the gaps that we have concluded and agree on the SEC is unblocking funding for infrastructure investment. And we know that although we can say that there's roughly 73 billion invested in the past 5 years, but we know there's a gap in the system. You had us elevate 400 billion just to stabilize the system. But the current municipal state needs strategic support, specifically to unblock the private sector investment. And some of those issues that have been elevated by COGTA, which we agree with in our program, and it's actually part of what we have elevated when we had our water and sanitation in our dealing with water security and reliability, is that there's a lack of understanding of how to implement some of the projects in the ground. The challenges include some of the lack of using the beneficiation system. Use the ring fencing. How do you commit the grants? How do you make sure we spend the money? How do you have the capacity in municipalities? How do you deal with the issues of ring fencing? How do you deal with the triple P? Those are some of the sector challenges that are happening on the ground, and therefore there's a need for us to look at innovative blended financing models and using the triple P. And that is why you will see in the presentation that at the department, we have elevated that there's a water partnership office, which SALGA, COCTA, and ourselves are assessing to ensure that we are supporting municipalities in doing prep funding for infrastructure development. Slide 25, as I go towards the end, because these are some of the key pointers, is that the infrastructure financing, Chair, is very crucial. And what we are elevating, what COCTA is setting up, is that there's a need to appoint proper and capable, skilled and experienced agents to ensure that when you arrange this alternative funding model, you shouldn't be found wanting, because there's always value for money. When the private sector is to invest, they will look at whether these projects are bankable or not. And these are the gaps that through the Water Partnership Office and through the multidisciplinary implementing agent that COCTA is looking at, these are models to help our municipalities get ready and that they are assisted to put together this bankable project so that there's proper financing solutions, that you can have models for those that are technical, you build, operate, and transfer, where the funder comes, they build the infrastructure, they operate it, and once they've gained returns on their investment, they transfer it to the municipality or government. Those are some of the efforts that are being put at by COCTA to ensure that municipalities are supported. Chair, I spoke of the Water Partnership Office and what it seeks to achieve. I've indicated that we do have the Water Partnership Office. Of course, we're looking at supporting municipalities to do prep fund. There are programs that are currently happening on the ground in supporting eThekwini. And we're looking at issues of non-revenue water. You heard us of the water reuse, having extended our water provision, rather our water mix at the department. We are looking at the water reuse. The issues of non-sewer sanitation is what we're looking at, the new technologies, and also issues of management contract and seawater desalination. These are programs that the Water Partnership Office is set up to assist municipalities that are in the coastal areas to also tap into issues like seawater desalination and prep funding. Slide 27, just talk about the issues of project preparation. Now, everything I've said so far, Chair, I've demonstrated the support that is happening, also how grants are utilized to also address the gap of the funding on our drop. But the question can be asked, are you only using grants to support municipalities? And the direct answer is no. We're not only using grants. The next few slides are also going to demonstrate that we go beyond the use of grants, but also there's proper technical support. You heard us elevate that when municipalities prepare their MUSA assessment, their self-assessment, gaps such as asset register, we found those not being available. Hence, as and when you will see COCTA utilizing MISA to help support these municipalities to develop their asset register. And as the department, we do what we call the 5-year reliability plans. And what is the 5-year reliability plans? These are plans that we are saying, let's assess the conditions of the water and sanitation infrastructure, bulk and reticulation. Let's help municipalities develop their provincial water and sanitation bulk plans, whereby they can develop their water and sanitation master plans regionally. Over and above that, it will help them develop their water service development plan, which is a council-approved document. Over and above that, we use those to identify which projects can fall within MIG to be funded, which projects can fall within RBIG and WSIG, but which project needs to go to the market, where we'll have to trigger the budget facility for infrastructure, where we can utilize the infrastructure funds sent by the president. So this is how far we have gone. Not only are we just sending grants or giving them the drop result, but we also go to help them identify key sectoral areas of the economic zones where we can unlock budget facility or blended finance models in those municipalities, and we have them to package those projects, and we can give you a list. We have the Olifants management model in Limpopo. We've got the Olifants Ebenezer. We have got the Pilanesberg phase 1 and phase 2 in Northwest that is done by Mahalis Water. We have the Valhamahara phase 2, which is currently underway. We have a couple of those projects that are falling within the BFI, and that is how far the department working with COP and MISA have gone to support these municipalities. Slide 28, Chair, I won't talk to it because we know of what the blue, green, or not drop are all about. But the good point to elevate is that when we have those corrective action plans that we say we want the municipalities to prepare, we support them to do that. And the good thing to note is that while we elevate those corrective action plans to address the blue, green, and not drop findings, COPTA also put supports in line by utilizing MISA, and over and above that, they also utilize their grants to convert them, to address those issues. And that's how those challenges are basically addressed. Slide 27 is just 29, rather, Chair, is just a summary. I won't talk into it. I've just indicated some of the MISA programs that they're looking at. The issues of conversion of the grants from direct to indirect, and what they're basically looking at. But the key point maybe to elevate in this slide is that you had me initially when I was indicating that the support for these municipalities address the issues of water conservation and demand, operation and maintenance, and also to improve on their procurement. And we are zooming back to remind the honorable members that we have not missed our convention. We are still talking about those 105 municipalities, which covers what we looked at from our drop, what COPTA looked at from their distress, and also what the Interministerial Committee looked at. Slide 30 is the issues of debt, which I won't talk into it. I think the message is quite clear. Minister has done a lot of intervention with when municipalities are owing the water board. SALGA has been part of those meetings. COPTA has been part of those meetings. And in some instances, there's progress for it. But we know of this whole debt write-off mechanism, specifically for the historic debts, that National Treasury does and has approved that where these municipalities are starting to address their current debt, water boards can slowly deal with writing off slowly the old debt, but it's conditional. You need to service your current debt, and you need to show commitment that you can be able to pay the current debt. So those are some of the ways that are being addressed, employed to deal with the issues of debt. Also issues of proper billing and metering, and this is basically what DCOG is elevating to support municipalities. We know in Northern Cape that MISA is running one good program there where they've helped to do calibration of some of the bulk meters in some of the municipalities to ensure that you measure the water that goes into the system and the water that comes out of the system so that we're able to see and do proper control measures. Slide 31, Chair, I won't elevate much. I think you heard me talk about the issue of dealing with the extended support. What Minister has done, and she has elevated, was that while we can deal with the current challenges of water and sanitation services with the surface water, we still have those unserved communities. And what she did was to instruct the DG and our DDG for water resources, DDG Muchoti, to develop what we call the nationwide groundwater program. And what they've done a business case for the entire country, looking at where there is a need for those unserved communities. And they've developed their program. And what we have done now is to locate where siting can be done, which boreholes needs to be looked at, and then also the issues of using the protection of springs. And this program, good thing is that it's aligned to exactly what MISA is doing. And also with the Council for Geoscience, identifying where we've got water bodies that we can utilize. This program is addressed to deal with those unserved communities. Chair, we know, all of us in this platform, that there are some of those communities that are quite remote, that it might be difficult to do proper reticulation and pressure pump the water to those communities. And that is where groundwater, as part of our water mix in our National Water Resource Strategy 3, has been extended as a key addition to that, to address those areas. That program is targeted to be rolled out in the country. There are prioritized communities, and we're going to use our grants, MIG as well as WSIG, to address those communities. I won't talk to the next slide 32 because I just summarized the chair. Slide 33 talks of the support from COCTA as well as SALGA to deal with Section 78. While the department is looking at the sector reform, specifically on the amendment of the Water Services Act, looking at the WSP, WSA, what COCTA has done with SALGA is that municipalities need to go through Section 78 processes, and it's a process that is within the ambit of COCTA. And what SALGA and COCTA are doing is to accelerate support for those municipalities, do those proper due diligence, use the drop report, use the reports from COCTA that show the distressed municipalities, so that they are able to appoint capable service providers to address the current plight that is felt on the ground. Also working with the Water Research Commission to ensure that some of the research findings that are out there and specific intervention or innovation that can be utilized are basically used in those municipalities. This is how Section 78 to support municipalities are being employed, being deployed. And I must say, Chair, that you will know fully well, and honorable members, that this was exactly part of the Water Indaba resolution that were elevated by the minister when we closed off the Water and Sanitation Indaba this year. Slide 34 is just the issues of skill. I spoke about this, the support for skills, which MISA and DWS collaborating with EWC to support municipalities training of learners, issues of technical capacity, ensuring that process controllers are properly qualified to manage this plan. But also the department is working together with SALGA and MISA to support municipalities in training and development, especially on the concept of non-revenue water. And we're being assisted by the Japanese in our Roda plant facility. We do train. And the last bullet just indicates that today there's roughly 21 WSAs that have participated in this capacity building, so that they know how do you trace and measure issues of losses, how do you address the drops, and also how do you capacitate your team. So this is over and above the financial support that is being done. Now, the last part on the support, Honorable Chair, is on policy. We have picked up, and it's quite evident there that some of the municipalities don't have policies on the ground. Some don't have the bylaws on the ground. So what the department is doing is developed a standardized policy framework on water and sanitation, also to support municipalities. We're rolling it out. We have gone as far as developing a standardized bylaw to support the municipalities so that they can utilize those as their own, so that they're able to implement those bylaws on the ground. Because we know that some of the lawlessness out there is because these municipalities don't have the bylaws on the ground. And that is how we are also supporting these municipalities. Slide 36 is just an example from slide 36, 37 onward. It's an example of what the integrated support is about, Chair. And I'm just going to give you like one or two examples, and I think we'll be done with the presentation. If you look at slide 37 and you cast your eyes, for instance, on Makana, the first water service authority or water service provider, what we have done is that now that we have all this program, the financial support, the planning, training, development, ground project on the ground, can we then match this and just show them in a summary form what exactly is happening on the ground? So the next few tables talks to these municipalities that per province as part of the 105. But what you must remember here, Chair, is that when we talk of this municipality department, you see there we are saying on top on the title is water service authority or water service provider. So we are looking at the water service authority and water service provider. So it could be that some district municipalities are water service provider and some local municipalities are water service provider for that particular district. And that is the little distinction. But if you look there, you will see that the alignment with COCTA, we are indicating that there is support in Makana, but what is it that the COCTA is doing there? What kind of allocation does COCTA have there? And COCTA has put that under administration 1395, which deals much with the issues of financial recovery plan. And we say, fine, what is it that is that municipality part of the 38? Of course, it's part of the 38. It's also part of the 105. But if you zoom your eyes to the column, second column from the left, we are indicating the DWS support that is under emergency intervention, and we're using Amatola water. You had ministers saying that where we are using our grants, converting them from 5 to 6B, we use water board as implementing agent. And this is the classic example of where Amatola water is the implementing agent to support Makana local municipality. And then we also indicate the grant allocation. You can see what has been allocated in the current year to support that municipality. And then going forward, you can see that both COCTA and DWS are working closely to monitor 139 to address some of the structural deficiencies. So it's not a support that stops, but it's basically a continuous to ensure that municipalities continue in that manner. And Chair, I can go on and on. You can look at Chris Ahani, you can look at OR Tambo. We have listed an integrated support from COCTA and also from DWS. You can look at the Free State. We've mentioned Makana, we've mentioned Machabeng. We've mentioned Maluka Pofung rather, and Mwate, and so forth. But the more details, Chair, on the list of projects we have attached in our submission is those programs that COCTA is running and the programs that the department is running. So the list of all the projects that are happening are attached in the list in the presentation. But these next few slides are just an indication of what the kind of support. So I won't go to each one of those, but I just want to move to slide 46, which is basically the conclusion, to say, taking into account everything that I've been saying so far, Chair, one can clearly draw a line in the sand and say the integration of the DDM model to ensure that government department work together can be easily demonstrated. The type of support from the financial capacity can be clearly indicated. The use of grants can be easily indicated that it's there and it's supporting not in the interim, but also for the future. But also, we don't only pick up problems on the ground in terms of our drop reports and elevate them and have corrective measures done. We're also using our grants, and COCTA is also using the same grants. The use of Section 78 to support these municipalities, how do you deal with the unsafe communities, and so forth. So that conclusion, Chair, is just to indicate that there is enough support. The report demonstrated here clearly that both COCTA and DWS are aligning and are coordinating the efforts to maximally support these municipalities, and specifically these 105 that are worst performing. And that's basically what we are elevating. But there are opportunities shared to expand the support. There are, of course, other pressing issues that needs to be explored. And we're also looking at the issues of the National Groundwater Program that we spoke about. Slide 47 is just an elevation of the issues that I have indicated. My last comment, Chair, is that we know that the use of the water sector reforms, municipal sector reforms, are quite crucial in the sector to ensure that the provision of water and sanitation is enhanced. Chair, I will end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mate. Thank you for a comprehensive report on this. I see there's a lot of work into this. May I ask, Honourable Reddy, just before you come in, may I ask whether COCTA would like to add something to this as well as Salga, or could we conclude and start with questioning? COCTA?
Honourable Chair, members, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, colleagues. No, Honourable Chair, DDG Matye has covered us. It's a joint presentation, so all of the issues have been covered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Salga. If there is no response from Salga, then I will accept that they are also happy. Before we start with the questions, I see I've already got two hands up. Before we move on to this, I just want to congratulate the Deputy Minister Sitolo. It's his birthday today. I don't know where's the cake, but next week we have a meeting in person, and then the request now from the committee is that he will bring us some cake next week. But from our side and from the committee side, congratulations with your birthday today, Honourable Deputy Minister. Right, let's move to our business. Yeah, you can laugh, Honourable Sitole. You will pay for having your birthday. I'm going to start now with the questions. The first one that I've got is Honourable Reddy. Honourable Member, good morning, and you're more than welcome to ask your 3 questions. We will work through a second round of questions again. So the shorter the questions, the more questions we can ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the Minister, Deputy Ministers, the DG, representatives and officials from COCTA, from SALGA, and my fellow honourable members. I want to also echo the sentiments of the Chairperson in wishing our Deputy Minister Sitole a very happy birthday. We're looking forward to the cake. Unfortunately, Chairperson, you have really restricted us. You know, some of us, I know Honourable Moore is one of them, that goes through these presentations with a fine-tooth comb. And I actually have 16 questions, but I'm going to restrict it to 3 now, and then hopefully I can have an opportunity as we progress in the meeting. Let's go. The first one, Chairperson. Last week in the strategic planning session, both the Minister and the DG insisted that National Department of Water and Sanitation is not responsible for water provision. They argued that the Constitution places this solely on municipalities. Yet on page 1 of today's presentation, the department itself acknowledges that as the sector lead and regulator, it has a role to play in supporting municipalities to enable them to provide water services. Now, this seems like a direct contradiction. So my question would be, will the department now formally confirm that it does have a role beyond regulation in ensuring water provision, especially where municipalities are failing? And if so, will you commit to changing your position and taking direct responsibility where the constitutional right to water is being violated? That's my first question, Chairperson. The second one relates to capacity and skills. Now, the presentation shows that 70% of municipalities do not have even an approved water service policy. Why has this been tolerated for so long? Perhaps COCTA can also come in here. Do we have minimum competency standards for senior managers running water services? And if not, should Parliament legislate such standards urgently? Chairperson, on pages 16 and 17, this is my third question. The department proposes converting direct grants into indirect grants, with implementing agents managing projects on behalf of failing municipalities. Now, you know, I've served on the water board for 11 years, and I know that we used to insist that the board should be used as that implementation agency. Is the department considering using these boards to be those implementing agencies, or are they not going into the private sector once again to come in and take over a public function? Because, Chairperson, the fact of the matter is within the scope of these boards, and I'm referring to the officials here in the boards, we already have the expertise there, we have the capacity, and we have the mandate. My concern is that by getting these outside implementation agencies, it may be a way to smuggle private sector players under the guise of efficiency. And if so, what safeguards are in place to prevent the privatization of water delivery through the back door? I thank you, Chairperson. I look forward to the responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I think let's all take the discipline of Honourable Reddy and just focus on the questions. Minister, before you leave, would you like to answer?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Thank you very much to Honourable Reddy, Chair. We still maintain our stance based on the mandate that we give support. And the support that we are giving, Chair, we have even quantified it to a monetary support that 30 billion already has been transferred to various municipalities through the WISI grant as well as REPIC grant. So that the role that we play is that of support. And I said, when it comes to intervention through Section 63, it has limitations because that Section 63 does not come with funding, but we have done that in the past. Hence, the amendment of that. So on the direct or indirect, indeed, I said already we have started in using our own water boards because we do understand the capacity that our water boards have. Hence, I mentioned municipalities like Mfuleni, like Kanyakute, where we are using our water boards. At the present moment, we are focusing in using our water boards. We have not thought of something far outside the water board. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. DG, would you like to add to that?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, there's no contradiction between the presentation today and the one that we made at the last meeting. Honourable Reddy is referring to the slide which I presented, which showed the water sector mandates and roles and responsibilities. At the top of that slide, it shows key functions for national, and it very clearly says regulate and support water services authorities. We have consistently said in all the portfolio committee meetings that our role is both to regulate and support municipalities. On the issue of the private sector water service providers, the Water Services Act, since the late 1990s when it was passed by Parliament, has stated that a water service provider can be the municipality itself, a water board, another municipality, or a municipal entity, such as Joburg Water, for example, in the case of Joburg, or a private company. So that has always been the case since the late 1990s. Very few municipalities have yet appointed private companies as water service providers, although two have, in Mbombela and Ilembe. They have long-term concessions in place with private sector companies. But there's no change in this regard. This has always been the case, that water services authorities, in terms of the Water Services Act, can choose as a public consultation process what kind of organisation they want to use to be their water service provider. Chairperson, if you would allow, Annette Muir is also in the meeting in the boardroom. She can assist with answering Honourable Reddy's questions about norms and standards. The norms and standards which we issue in terms of the Water Services Act with regard to the qualifications of people working in the water and sanitation at municipal level, if you'll allow, Chairperson.
She can continue.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members and Minister. The department published revised norms and standards on the 6th of June 2025. It pertains to basic standards regarding water service provision, as well as wastewater, has provisions on water use efficiency, but particular to the question on the minimum competencies, it also has stipulated minimum competency levels for water service authority managers and water service provider managers, stipulating for different categories of municipalities. If you have a category A municipality, you need an engineering degree, either a Bachelor of Engineering, a Bachelor of Science Engineering, or a BTEC in Engineering with 15 years post-qualification experience, as well as registration as a professional engineer or technologist with EXA. The same for category B municipality. You need the same engineering qualifications, but with 10 years post-qualification experience, as well as EXA registration. And for category C municipality, 10 years post-qualification experience, also registration as a professional engineer or technologist with those same engineering qualifications. The norms and standards is clear that within a reasonable period, if the people that are already appointed in those positions do not have these degrees or years experience, or cannot be reasonably obtain that registration with EXA, the municipality has to appoint somebody else and reposition this the current incumbents so that there is a specific skilled level in these positions. The water service provider licensing system will also be in line with these norms and standards once the bill is passed and the regulations are developed. This must also be read together with the process controller, although that's not what the question was about. There was more interest in the management, but we also stipulate competencies for different types of works through the process controllers. And then obviously, COCTA also has got the regulations for officials in municipal space. Thanks, DG.
Thank you, Annette. Chairperson, just to add on that is that in terms of the current version of the Water Services Act, we don't have strong enforcement powers for these norms and standards like we have in terms of the National Water Act for pollution, where we can issue notices and directives and lay criminal charges against municipalities as a last resort. But that is one of the reasons why we're tabling the Water Services Amendment Act in Parliament to give the Minister similar enforcement powers with regard to water services norms and standards. Thank you.
The question on the implementation of or implementing agencies, water boards.
Rizimati, can you come in on that one?
Yes. No, thanks, DG. The other two questions raised by Honorable Reddy is on the capacity, specifically on the policy side. Honorable Reddy will have heard in the presentation that while that gap has been identified, we made a submission that the department has developed a water and sanitation policy. We use a universal standardized policy that water service authorities should utilize. But not only did we do that, we have gone as far as developing like a standardized bylaws so that municipalities can utilize those, because it's a gap in the sector, and we are basically rolling that out in those municipalities. So that is how we are addressing the gap, and we're working with COCTA in that. The other part was on the issue of the IA, that conversion of the direct grants to indirect grants. You said slide 16 and 17 as one of the options, and as to whether the department is considering to utilize the water board as implementing agent. And I think it's a good thing that you come from that space, Honorable Reddy. So the straight answer is yes. We are utilizing water boards as implementing agents where we have converted a grant. Minister also re-elevated that point, and she gave an example with Mfulen and the likes. And also in our presentation, we did provide some of those examples where we are utilizing water boards as implementing agent. And you can look at slide 23 in the presentation where we are using that model. So yes, the answer is yes, Honorable. Thank you, DG.
Thank you. Deputy Minister, would you like to add something? I see your hand is up.
No, thanks, Chair, and a very good morning and to you and all honorable members, our Minister, Comrade Matole, DMC Tlulu, Mrolong, and happy birthday. I hope in your ruling, Chairperson, will also include Honorable Governor to have 2 cakes on the day. Internally in the department, DTG's one is also his birthday too. We commend them. Honorable Reddy, you know, let's not try to actually create impressions that are not there. When it comes to minister, remember, you and I and all of us here, we know the value chain for water. Who starts at what point, and is a relay, and where do we hand over? You will know exactly that on the value chain, Minister Majodina has been on record that as a public trustee around water resources in our country, she can guarantee South Africans that when it comes to security of supply or assurance of supply, as a country, we're at 98%. But she further said there is localized deficit in other areas due to climate change and other issues and issues of demand. On that part of the value chain, supported by you, that's why all our biggest bulk infrastructure projects aimed at water security are being unblocked. A lot of work is being done, including by yourselves, giving oversight and guidance. On the water services provision part of it, the water services provision, we are quite aware, even yourself, that is the domain in the relay where municipalities, constitutionally and other necessary legislation, they play their part. Our appreciation was that 30 years in democracy, an institution called municipality has done well to roll out water to many, many millions of people denied, including benefits. But however, our minister has been very consistent. There are worrying concerns. In the worrying concerns, instead of access to water to 90% of all the time, we know the reliability has dropped to 67%. It's our own report by ourselves as the department, the AG, COGTA, and other experts. Our own report says we're also worried about non-revenue water. Non-revenue water around 47, 48%. eThekwini, you know, is above 50%. Johannesburg, the same. The non-revenue water, which is a component of infrastructure management or asset management, she normally uses the word that sometimes you find the water running in the streets. She's worried about the performance of this sphere of government. That's why the joint presentation, our own decision. She then let's identify those that are struggling. We do what the law says. We have monitored them. We have regulated them. Now we're providing intervention and support. The 105 that you see here, Chair, is not a mistake. It's the leadership of this minister who said they are struggling municipalities. COGTA has done the same. These are the number of intervention. I thought, Chairperson, let's not get lost in translation. We have a role around policy, strategic support, intervention, and regulation. There's not been a problem. Around the issues, who are these people who are working in local government? There's never been any vacuum around norms and standard. In the year 2013, in October 23, the then Minister of Water at the time, may her soul rest in peace, Minister Molewa, she actually did this thing, Chairperson, called Regulation Relating to Compulsory Norms, National Norms and Standard for Process Controllers and Water Services Works. In other words, we have a particular class, there's a classification of all water works. You'll know as a former good councillor at eThekwini, and also as a member of our board for more than 11 years, where you did a good job. These standards are there. And the problem has been the implementation. Remember, we also do municipal assessment report. You know this thing called MUSA. They all have to do with issues around capacity. That's why that 5-point plan, we agreed with you when we convened the water summit there, was to be able to do that. The last point, Chairperson, let's not make it like it's a swear word, the involvement of private sector in water. Private sector, they are also users themselves. They have a most important role they have to play in a form of partnership. Whether at the level of funding, most of our funding we know come from private sector funding that is there, but equally so on the implementation capability. I always make an example. At Tegwini, you know, we have been there. Vivendi was an example where you were there. You know Vivendi. It helped you a lot, that kind of an arrangement where private sector was doing the issue of management of your wastewater treatment works. Caesar Water is very close next to you there. In Mpumalanga, we're happy with Bywater, now it's called Slulumanzi. In Northwest, there is Midval. Midval is also doing well. But guess what? Government has never sold out. There's something called sovereignty. We always say that whatever implementation modalities we take, whether it's an SPV, whether it's a build, own, train, and transfer, we put a qualification, Chairperson, that the asset will remain in the state ownership. Even if we can enter into a contract of 20 years, by the time whatever is the implementing agent, whether it's an SPV, whether partnership or concession, the asset remain. Vivendi left Devon many years ago, Comrade Reddy, you know it. That asset belongs to eThekwini. But guess what? eThekwini has not managed the asset well after they left. Mpumalanga, you go to Nelspruit, you go to White River, the quality of the blue drop, very good because of these particular agencies. I thought from dialectical point of view, Chairperson, let's leave no stone unturned. Let's clarify these issues. We can then make choices whether do we still want to speak at each other or we speak to each other, because there is no difference on what we seek to do. But local government requires all of us. It has to work. Therefore, the reforms that President says for local government and the reforms for water, they are not mistaken, is about top leadership, acknowledging that this sphere of work affects us, including our own economic prospects and livelihood. Let's get it to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Kokta, would you like to add onto the questions asked to give answers?
Thank you, Chair. Just on the issue around the question of the minimum competency for senior managers, there is a competency framework regulations that's in place. It's in fact been in place since 2007. What the water services amendments do, and which has always been the point, is that respective departments will then also strengthen those competencies with their own set of requirements, and I think that's what the department's doing. So there is one in place which can be made available. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Reddy, that was the responses.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think let me firstly begin by wishing Honorable Kobe a very happy birthday. Happy birthday, my sister. I hope you're having a wonderful day, and I'm not giving you much entertainment today. Also to the DDG that celebrates birthday today. I wonder why so many people have birthdays. My sons celebrate their birthday this week as well. Chairperson, let me thank the responses.
You can include his cake too when you come to Parliament. My apology, Chairperson.
There's two. I've got twins. So
okay, then it's 2 cakes.
Yes. Chairperson, I want to thank the Minister for her response. You know, I don't want us to butt heads over this. The bottom line is, I think we're reaching agreement now that as the national department, we can and we will and we must play a role in ensuring that our citizens get water. If the problem is municipalities, then we have COCTA here. We need to work with COCTA to ensure that municipalities get their act together. I'm also glad that there's a minimum set of standards in terms of qualifications of the officials at municipal level. If this is the case, then I can only conclude that it's simply corruption, or there's just no commitment on the part of local government to ensure that our people get water. You know, another issue we need to consider that's linked to the responses that we've got, Chairperson, is the question of passing on all these grants, which allows us to build these shiny new water schemes, but with no O&M funding. And without O&M funding, you find that these will just collapse within a few years and leave communities dry again. I think that what I've heard today is quite encouraging, because it gives us the opportunity to say, as a department, that the water crisis is also our problem, and we can get involved. And that is quite encouraging for me. And I think with the commitment we have around this table, that everyone that's here that has a commitment towards, we can address the crisis that's facing our citizens in the country today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Reddy. Honorable Dictebe, good morning.
Good morning to you, Chairperson. Deputy Minister present, the Minister, or in that order again, the Minister, Deputy Ministers, all the honorable members and our esteemed officials. Must not leave out representatives of SALGA and COCTA present here. Chairperson, may I also just join in and wish the Deputy Minister and Honorable Gobe a happy birthday, and the other officials in the department, or official in the department. You know, fate has connived that on this day, those members, that member, the Deputy Minister and the official in the department, would be born on the same day as my son's 20th birthday. So yeah, so I'm a father to them in a sense. On a lighter note, Chair, happy birthday once again. Chair, the issue here in terms of the options, perhaps let's get that out of the way. As the ANC, we certainly support option 4, whose intent it is to transform direct grants into indirect grants, to do the sort of work that the department is doing in quite a number of municipalities, including Machabeng. Chairperson, DDG Mate said that the department is hard at work working with COCTA to assist municipalities in developing policies, formulating policies, and then bylaws to ensure that they can protect infrastructure. But I think, Chairperson, at a national level, with a battery of laws within the security cluster that exist already, sometimes we may think that the laws in question do not provide enough room for us to protect key infrastructure, social and economic infrastructure in this regard. But I think we must work closely with municipalities while doing that, to ensure that laws that are already in place at national level can be used to protect infrastructure. But I want to say, Chairperson, that doing so will be limited to just that, ensuring that they have the bylaws in question. But at the level of implementation, there are few municipalities that will be able to do so. So I think it's important that we do not just stop there. In the same way that the department has been quite innovative, ingenious, creative in meeting municipalities halfway, of course, within the framework of intergovernmental relations. I think even at the level of implementation, I know it's easier said than done. We must find innovative ways to ensure that implementation in terms of protection of infrastructure, issues of non-revenue water. That does indeed happen. Chairperson, I would like to also ask just these last two, in respect of Johannesburg, and I know that the president also focuses on eThekwini, the presidency that is. Since March this year, since that working group was established with the academia, youth organizations, the private sector, etc., to ensure that the city of Joburg is sorted out in terms of water provisioning. What milestones have so far been recorded? Joburg Water, for example, is it well supported by the city? And of course, working closely with this working group to ensure that the reservoirs are full and that all of the other imported infrastructure is protected. The last one, Chairperson, we've been now talking this long about the example of Mfuleni, where once again, the invocation of Section 63, as the Minister has said, was quite an innovative way of intervening in that regard. With the 105 municipalities being our focus today, why is it, Chairperson, that the department does not draft a list of potential SPVs and then work backwards to ensure that working with SALGA, with COCTA, we can then start implementation in that regard? Because it's one thing to mention Mfuleni and maybe some other municipality, and it's yet another to think about how proactive could the department possibly be. And I'm really happy with the synergies and collaborations that we see between the department and COCTA, obviously bringing SALGA on board. Why can't we have that happen, Chairperson? Because you will know, as I conclude, that there are a number of previous town-based municipalities which would have had the capacity so many decades ago to treat their own water. But in as much as they may have that particular infrastructure, in terms of the blue drop, Chairperson, you'll find that they are unable to meet the strict criteria of the blue drop assessment. So why can't we start now and say, these are potentials, that is the SPVs, and then start working backwards? Because if we just wish that this could happen, it will take us nowhere fast. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I see Honorable Ramahila says his hand is up. I don't see it on my side, but I will give you the opportunity after Honorable Moore. It would be now the opportunity for the Minister or the Deputy Minister. I think the Minister has already left to answer these questions of Honorable Ditebe. And then the next person that will ask questions is Honorable Kobe.
Now, at this stage, Chairperson, thank you so much. I will ask our DG, Dr. Phillips, and DG Mate, just to comment briefly on the issue that are raised by Honorable Ditebe. And thank you so much. Then myself and Sitlolo will conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to answer on the City of Johannesburg and then ask Rizimati to come in. I'm co-chairing the Water and Sanitation Workstream of the Presidential Joburg Working Group, together with my co-chair, the MD of Joburg Water. Unfortunately, the City of Joburg is experiencing very dire financial difficulties. The Joburg Water did have a large number of projects planned to address issues such as the repair of the leaking reservoirs. And they went out on tender and awarded contractors to do the work. Unfortunately, with the financial difficulties faced by the city has swept more than 4 billion rand out of Joburg Water's accounts and not put them back. And this has resulted in a situation where many of those contracts have come to a halt because the contractors haven't been paid. The Presidential Joburg Working Group is engaging urgently with the city, together with National Treasury, regarding the financial difficulties which have resulted in the situation being experienced in Johannesburg. And we hope that these financial difficulties can be resolved as swiftly as possible, so that those contracts can get back underway. Rizimati?
No, thanks, DG. I think the other point Honorable Ditebe raised was on the SPV, specifically looking at Mfuleni. I think, Honorable Ditebe, what we can submit is that if you follow through on the Mfuleni model, there has to be that willingness for the municipality and the respective water boards to start that process. It needs Section 78, but there has to be potential, because some of where these municipalities are located, there could be very minimal economic spin-offs. So when you look at how the SPV is ring-fenced, it has to rely not only on grants or equitable share model, but you also need the capacity to raise capital from the balance sheet if it's a water board, but you also need the capacity to collect revenue to ensure that that money is ring-fenced back into the SPV to maintain the infrastructure. Now, where all these supports are happening, where we are using our water board, such potentials do exist, but it has to be a coordinated effort, and that the municipality also must be willing, and the water board must mitigate against those risks. And if you had in our presentation, and what DM Mahlobe has indicated, is that while the SPV is one of its kind, which is currently being implemented gonna be implemented in Mfuleni, it serves as a serious case study for the country, specifically when you look at the DDM model that the government is looking at, that we can use this as a case study, and going forward we'll have enough evidence. And National Treasury is looking very closely to supporting this. So I think the best answer is, yes, potential exists, but we need to use Mfuleni as a case study and look at where are the other potentials. And where potential exists, there is no bottleneck that water board can actually step into that territory. But then the issues of the licensing that we are also bringing into the sector, there are also some of the key strategic models to help us address the situation. That's how best I can actually try to respond to the question. Thank you, DG. Thank you.
Thank you very much. DG,
Thank
can
you.
I just use quickly this opportunity just to ask if I understood you correct, that the Metro took 4 billion from Joburg Water, and for me then that gives the reason why Joburg Water is in dire need of water and maintenance, but the money has been utilized on so the money was not ring-fenced, and it's been utilized for whatever it has been used. So that is that, do I understand you correctly on that?
Yes, that's correct, Chairperson. Joburg Water is not currently a proper ring-fenced water service provider. It gets a budget every year, which is not directly related to the revenue collected from the sale of water. It gets a budget from the city, and the city, in terms of its financial policies, can take money out of the accounts of the various entities and move them between the entities in order to use money from some entities which have a surplus of money in their accounts to fund deficits of money in the accounts of other entities. So you're quite correct, Joburg Water is not currently a properly ring-fenced water service provider. And in terms of the reforms that we're pursuing, we believe that it should become a properly ring-fenced water service provider, which should be responsible for the billing and revenue collection, and which should then be able to retain the revenues that it collects and should have decision-making powers over the allocation of those revenues to projects into maintenance and operation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Kokta, would you like to add to this?
No, thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Salga? Can I just find out, is there anybody from Salga? I see Janine van Niekerk of Salga. Are you going to have any responses, or can I skip you on this? Yeah, I see also
Morning, Chair. I don't know if you can help hear me. It's Jean Delahop speaking. Thank you. Unfortunately, I am driving to a hospital, so it's not easy for me to participate. But I would like to say that Salga is completely in line with the support.
Okay, I think there is a problem there with the signal. We got the gist of it, that they're in full support of this presentation and the work that's been done. Deputy Minister, will you want to conclude before we...
No, let's conclude, Chairperson. Now that we have called us here as a leadership that does oversight on us, we still have to work together like you brought us together with COGTA. Without the reforms, Chairperson, in totality, we're going to have problems. One of the decisions we made was just how does municipality handle trading services? That decision of trading services to be managed as utilities, both for electricity and water, is a best management model. I know that the mayor in Johannesburg made the decision that they are giving Joburg Water all the powers, but that project is incomplete, like DG is saying. It's incomplete because if the finances from the water sales, they are actually still being handled by Joburg Water Treasury with Johannesburg City Treasury, without actually being, in our case, within Johannesburg Water. Now we know that they are running, in terms of infrastructure investment, per annum they have a gap of more than 3 billion rands. And we know now that their investment is less than 1 billion rand. That intervention by His Excellency the President, a very, very good turnaround plan. We oversaw it with the Minister, with the Premier of Gauteng. For an example, proceed with the issue of additional reservoirs. The project on reservoirs has been very, very slow because there are 44 reservoirs and 22 of them, they need to be attended to. And the progress is slow. And the reports we get now, they are struggling with the issues of financial commitment, even to pay service providers. In other words, even if Rainwater can pump more water, they will still going to have problems of issues of creating the lab time in terms of having more ability to keep water for 48 hours. That investment is very, very important. Let alone the issues of fixing of the leaks. Remember, they put the teams in the morning and in the afternoon, the shift, and all these meetings that are taking place on Wednesday. But as long as the financial independence and financial allocation is not being put on place, we will still actually think the intervention is not working. And we are engaging with them. They are also engaging with Rainwater now to look at possibility of a partnership in a form of an SPV. The SPV, Chairperson, is not a panacea of all the problems. We must put it on record. If I'm going to enter into as an SPV, I'm coming at risk with my asset base, with my technical capacity, including my liquidity. But at the very same time, I will have done a due diligence will I be able to get my money back? Is there a clientele? Is there going to be an offtake? These are some of the things that they need to be looked at. Even by the time the duration, when I'm supposed to be able to hand over back the asset, because the asset must still remain in the ownership of the state, will have been in a position to get on my return on investment. But Johannesburg Water, as you could see over the last few weeks, the system remain very, very erratic. In other words, it still remain vulnerable. And some of these big decisions, like DG Phillips is saying, they still have to actually have some discipline to adhere to it. eThekwini, there is some stabilization. But eThekwini is not out of the woods, Honorable Chairperson. We brought in Umgeni them just to look at non-revenue water, the detection, including the city support program. Remember, the department with the National Treasury and DBSA, including the World Bank, we are actually dealing with the question of non-revenue water in all these municipalities. Because if you actually deal with the non-revenue water, you'll be able to improve the reliability of supply. And in other words, the citizen satisfaction will be there, the water will be there all the time. And engagement between eThekwini, looking at a similar model with Umgeni, but also with the private sector, because they too, just on the water side, they are having the biggest backlog in terms of financial capabilities. And those reforms, they are moving. I know recently we're discussing as a ministry with Dr. Phillips, was supposed to be putting issues of restrictions and curtailments, but we are looking at that positively to say what can we do so that there are not these particular problems. The last issue around infrastructure and attack and so forth, a big work has been done by the Human Rights Commission, working with the University of Witwatersrand. We know now that our plan of establishing a relationship in terms of water and sanitation, anti-corruption forum with the SIU and others, tankering must actually stop. It must be a temporary measure. And where it happens, we have to build the state capacity to do it, because there is a lot of vulnerability in terms of exposure and vandalism. The issues of technology determine that you're speaking about, what kind of a technology, especially ferrous and non-ferrous, but at the very same time dealing with the issues of the market. Those are some of the issues that we're looking at, including issues of innovation. You know, because of criminality, Chair, most of our assets in water, they are at a high level of technology, like Rand Water, Umgeni, and others. They are more digitized. But there's a probability of a digital attack. Therefore, the issues of cybersecurity, they are very, very important. The issues of the choices of pipes, the choices of taps, we are looking at that, working with CSIR and the Water Research Commission and the others to say how can we be able to do much better so that we don't have problem. But the other points, we take them as a contribution in terms of how can we actually improve. Because as a department, we've always said we don't have the monopoly of wisdom, but we need to harness the capabilities that sits with experts, universities, retired professionals, including indigenous knowledge from certain communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ditebe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks to Deputy Minister and the DG for a very comprehensive response. Very lastly, Chairperson, I would like to say, notwithstanding what I think DDG Mathe said about these SPVs, and I agree with the Deputy Minister that this is not necessarily a cookie cutter approach. Where everything will be solved, or a silver bullet solution. That is the SPVs. But certainly, to the extent that we are all agreed that there is a great potential in some of these WSAs for SPVs to be brought together, certainly we must explore that. That's why I said we can identify those and start working backwards. If you look at the WSP like Joburg Water, clearly there is good intention, but there is certainly a lot of unintended consequences. And I've just section hopped the article that the DG has written, which appeared yesterday in the Business Day. So I agree with the full thrust of what he says in that article. I'll share it in the WhatsApp group there. And I think certainly what he says, among others, that senior managers must not think it is beneath their dignity to be operationally involved in projects. And the key issue there is improve procurement so that execution is something rather how to improve execution in government so that procurement issues and other related issues can be dealt with. So I still would say, Chairperson, that with all the challenges that we've said, we must agree to have Mfuleni as a case study, but in the meantime, work on those potentials as far as SPVs are concerned. And I think with the passage of time, we will realize that finally we're getting things done. And so please, can we get Joburg Water fixed? We cannot simply have this working group as a talk shop. And I know that there are very skilled people. DG, as he said, co-chairs one of the work streams there. So please, let's get that done. Joburg, we cannot let it fail, Chairperson. And indeed, many other metros, because around the world, they contribute significantly to our GDP. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kobe.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the Minister. I think it's in absentia. I think she's offline. The Deputy Ministers, both DM Mahlobo and DM Setlolo, and happy birthday to DM Setlolo. Perhaps just to say, it's not my birthday today, but I will be bringing cake to the next portfolio committee just to celebrate with the portfolio committee and the department. Chair, firstly, I'd like to start by welcoming the very, very comprehensive presentation by the department. I think last week when we saw the department, I did in my commentary raise sentiments about not having uniform plans that are cascaded from the department to municipalities. And it is excellent to see that not only do they have plans, but they even went as far as creating bylaws to actually capacitate municipalities in terms of how they then execute on that mandate. So kudos to the department for that, and well done to the DDG for just presenting this to us so well. I think it would be remiss for us, and the issues that are coming out from our municipalities are a lot, and it would be remiss for us to just solely take the responsibility and place it on the department. I think most of the issues, or the core and crux of our issues, remain with our municipalities. And I think at some point, perhaps we need to get from a point of just small interventions and create or table a bill that speaks to professionalization of local government at that level. Because this conversation that we are having as water and sanitation, I'm pretty sure at a national level, energy is also having the same discussion, that they're performing well in terms of their mandate, but when it comes down to local government, we have an issue of distribution of that mandate, whether it be water or energy. So our municipalities are in a dire state, and I think, Chair, the interventions are great, and I did applaud the department, but we need long-term solutions. We need long-term solutions that really, at one point, Makana municipality has been placed under Section 137 more than once. And I just want to ask, this is my question to COCTA, that at what point do we then say that we are leaving municipalities to be independent, to be able to execute on their mandate. Insofar, government departments are intervening and assisting by giving plans, by giving financial support, by working with Treasury to ensure that grants are also used accordingly. At what point are we going to get our municipalities to be independent and not have to outsource support? Because even when you speak to the department, the first thing they tell you is that the municipality is an independent juristic body in a sphere of its own that operates within its own mandate and legislative framework, which we understand. But at what point then do these municipalities stop requiring assistance and support to function? So maybe my question would be, in terms of the interventions, how do we then start determining that the municipality or the department must leave? And do we have an aftercare to monitor them to actually see if they're coming up to speed on their own without the department? Because today I want to protect our department. I think we can't stretch our national resources to local government when local government is given its own budget, when it exists on its own. I think it's time for local government to start taking full responsibility of how it's going to start capacitating itself to work. So at what point do municipalities think that it would be a comfortable time for our national governments to leave them to function on their own without the multiple interventions? And the 21 Water Service, the 21 Water Service Authority, the capacity building that is partnered with Japan, I think that was the sentiments that were said by the DGG. Will these then be extended to the rest of the A24, or do we stop there and wait for funding? And this agreement with the Japanese, are they funding it in terms of finances, or is it just skills capacity and skills transfer that they are giving to our municipalities? Chair, I think that's my only contribution. And also, I think maybe the only reason that Tshwane as a water service, that it's not flagged as an issue, is because there is excellent governance that's going on in the city of Tshwane. Albeit that there are issues, notwithstanding the issues of Hammanskraal, which are legacy issues from the previous administration. So maybe I'd just like to flag that as an added cherry to say this is what happens when municipalities on their own are capacitated to function and that are professionalized as such, so to speak. If the mayor holds a PhD or is professionalized in some way. Thank you, Chair. That's all I have to contribute.
Thank you very much. Minister?
I like Chairperson the last note by Honorable Kobe. The only guidance, Chair, on a lighter note, let's not claim easy victories. Tshwane has still a long way to go, Chairperson. Still has a long way to go. The problems are big, but we are working together to help them. But let's not do that. The issues around the intervention, I'll ask Neville to come through. Chairperson, one of the reforms of local government, including our own water sector, is just to review the issues of support and intervention, because there is a limit. For an example, Chairperson, we went to Mfuleni. The time we went to Mfuleni, Chairperson, the damage was too much. It has been over years. We went there to solve the sewer problem. When we started to deal with the sewer problem, the pump stations, the pipes and everything, then there was some kind of an improvement. The work is not fully complete because we are rolling out that Section 63 intervention to deal with that particular issue. Guess what? When we thought we could be in a position to leave, the institution was so damaged. It was so damaged that institutionally and governance-wise, there were problems. When we're supposed to leave now, people are saying, no, we can see that you've done a good job around the issues of sewer in the streets. But what about us getting water? The reliability of water supply in Emfuleni, Chairperson, had dropped to below 30%. Below 30%. Then, because we could not be stuck there forever, as part of an exit strategy, but also in a sustainable way, that's why we were to ask Randwater to look at a partnership. Randwater was being owed. There were no prospects that they were being owed because the assets were in the worst state that they were. That's why the idea of an SPV. We did the same intervention. If you remember, Chairperson, certain people took government to court in a municipality called Likwa, where Standard on Ease and business was going to be flighting out. We went there was a sewer problem too. When we thought that we were trying to solve the problem of sewer, which has been a lot of an improvement, households not connected, guess what? We got stuck again. When we actually not even made sufficient provisioning around how to deal with some of those particular issues. Now we're stuck in Standerton because now we must fix the water. That's why we're upgrading their water treatment works. You come in with 1 foot, Chairperson, you end up getting your both feet inside them. Then the reforms around the amendment of the Water Services Act, must share clarity around Section 62, 63 intervention in line with Section 139 is a particular issue that we need to look at. But also, more importantly, the issues around the reform implementation capabilities, the financing, and all the society approach. And Honorable Kobe, we are very, very correct that we need to be able to look at those legislative reforms are important. In the main, some of the intervention in most municipalities have never worked. The reason why they've never worked is that there were never sufficient resources or budget. Sometimes administrators will be deployed or assigned them, and sometimes we don't assign the best of the best to do the work. But also the issues of institutional culture and other things, it takes time. And I will agree with him. I always say to people, if we're going to fix the problems of Johannesburg, eThekwini, Tshwane, and elsewhere, we can stabilize the system in the meantime because it's at a crisis point. Then from there, we will need to be able to do an aftercare before this institution, they can be on their own. The team will speak about the Japanese intervention, but there are many partnerships, Honorable Kobe, beyond the Japanese. I know that the Kingdom of Netherlands, there's something helping around water quality and other issues. Many municipalities are beneficiaries of the Blue Deal. The Swedish and many other organizations, they are playing their part. But let's allow DDG Neville Cheney, through you, Chair, to respond to some of the issues that COCTA they are doing as part of support and reform. And then DG Phillips and then DG Mate then can conclude on some of the aspects I might not have covered. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's first go to the DG and then we'll go to COCTA.
Thank you, Chairperson. I agree with Honourable Corby that interventions should have a limited time frame. In fact, it seems to be that that's the general understanding of the Constitution, and that's why when the national government intervenes in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution, it's always for a limited period of time. It's never permanent. So, for example, there's been a series of 6-month interventions in Makana in the Eastern Cape, where an administrator was appointed for 6 months, and then after the 6-month period, then the management of the municipality was given back to the municipal council. Unfortunately, that hasn't worked very well either, and that what has tended to happen is that while the administrators enabled some improvements, After the authority has been given back to the municipal council, things have deteriorated in Makana repeatedly. So it's a dilemma. But Honourable Corby is right. The key issue is to make municipalities work. There can be other unintended consequences of ongoing support as well. For example, we've indicated previously to the Portfolio Committee that it appears that us giving grants to municipalities which they can use to refurbish infrastructure which is deteriorated due to a lack of maintenance by the municipalities could be having an unintended consequence of providing municipalities with an incentive to not prioritize budgeting for maintenance. So municipalities are increasingly using their infrastructure grants from us to do that rehabilitation of infrastructure which is deteriorated due to a lack of maintenance. And it could be that municipalities are thinking that they don't need to prioritize budgeting for maintenance for their infrastructure because when it deteriorates, they can just get a grant from the national government to rehabilitate it. There would also be unintended consequences of us, although it's not allowed currently by National Treasury in terms of the rules, the conditions of the grants. But if Treasury were to change those rules for the conditions of the grant so that the grants could be used for operation and maintenance expenditure, that would also provide an unintended disincentive to municipalities not to prioritize improving billing and revenue collection and to use the money that they would have used for operation and maintenance of infrastructure to fund other things. Thank you, Chair. Rizimati, do you want to add?
Thanks, DG. The question from Honourable Kobe with regard to skills development is what we covered in slide 34. So just to expand a little, the Japanese International Cooperation Agency working with us, they actually build a facility. Now the department has made provision, the infrastructure working with the Japanese. So the intention is not only to focus on those 21 WS8. So the program, Honourable Kobe, is continuing. We have gone to a length of having municipalities. So this program is for municipality by municipalities. So training is provided to WS8s, and the intention is to cross-breed those skills to ensure that other municipalities also learn from the municipalities that are trained. So we've got proper assessors. We've also provided within our learning academy space in the department skilled people to train these people to look at issues of non-revenue water. How do you work technically in the system? How do you identify leaks? How do you develop SOPs? How do you work to sort the system so that you attend to all these water losses? As we know, as a semi-arid country, we are having challenges in terms of water. So the program is actually ongoing, and the department has capacitated itself, Honourable Kobe, to mitigate again the risk as to how far can this program go, also in working in alliance with some of the cities in the country. So that is how the program is ring-fenced. I hope I've answered the question. Thank you, DG. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Kokta, would you like to add to this?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think it's important to note that a number of sector departments have got, national sector departments have got interventions and support mechanisms. And I think through the process that Cabinet has now identified, and that's the IMC on Municipal Performance Turnaround Strategy, one of the key issues is for us to better coordinate our interventions, because I think that's been one of the flaws, one of the weaknesses identified, particularly in relation to national. And I think today's presentation is a step in that direction, where there's a coordination, where there's alignment, and where there's a focus and targeted prioritization with regards to that. But notwithstanding that, as Cocktail, we've got as the members would know, we've got MISA. We've also got what is called a results management office, where we provide technical expertise, but focused on governance, finance. So that we're doing in the 38 municipalities, as DDG Mati has indicated. So we have that. I think coupled with that, and to reiterate the point around the question of the mix 6B, that's an intervention specifically to try and address not only the inability for municipalities to utilize their MIG, but to ensure that where MIG is allocated, it is used for the intended purposes. Because we've seen situations where the MIG then gets used for other operational expenditure not related to that service provision. I think it's also important to note that part of what we're doing is also in alignment, and I think DWS, ourselves, energy, transport, are working with National Treasury to look at how do we best intervene both at financial governance and service delivery. So the water trading reforms, coupled with some of the other, so wanting to extend that. So we're supporting that. And then also, I think from where we sit as COCTA, one of the things that we've identified is basically governance and financial intervention. So if we focus on unfunded budgets, if we focus on the issue of municipal outcomes, it then ensures that the money that DG Phillips provides through his department is best utilized, there's accountability, and there's effectiveness. So I think the approach that we need to understand is that there's a problem, we need to fix it, but what is the best targeted area that we want to focus on that allows for this entire system to correct. Chair, I think it's also perhaps maybe at a point through you and the minister's office, we have gone through our first iteration. As you know, that there's a white paper on local government review that's undertaken. We published a discussion document. We've received public submissions, in fact 265 of them. There's been a substantial amount of them. And I think it would be important for us to bring back to this committee, like maybe other committees, to just indicate what are those areas that the public and society is asking us to look at, particularly around service delivery. But how do we change this funding model? But how do we change this entire approach that we have to local government? I think I must preface all of this, Chair, in the sense that we have to be able to look at this, and whatever we do as national, whatever we support through provinces, we must be able to, and we're all always cognizant of the constitutional and the legalities, because local government is a sphere on its own. So there's a number of these approaches. I think, as I've indicated initially, I mean, there are some test cases, and in certain instances, the Section 139, and as DG Phillips indicated, it must be an exception rather than the norm. And in certain instances, there are good practices that we can draw out of that, but there are also some weaknesses in that. So there's a comprehensive approach that we've taken as government. I think perhaps maybe at a stage it would be important for us to bring back particularly what we've done through the MPTAS, which includes DWS and the other departments, but also, notwithstanding we have this problem, what are we doing to look at it, the big fix? And that big fix is the white paper on local government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We will take you up on that presentation. We will communicate with you on that. Honorable Kobe?
I'm covered. Very satisfied, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kegakilwe? And after Honorable Kegakilwe, it will be Moore, Honorable Moore, and then it will be Honorable Remaile.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to deputy ministers, to the DG, representatives from SALGA, Department of Water and Sanitation, and Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Chair, let me also welcome the comprehensive presentation on the work done by both departments to support our struggling municipalities. Chair, let me applaud both departments for the support they provided. For example, to ensure that there is that multidisciplinary team to appoint of fund services providers for a panel to assist municipalities with planning studies, grant applications, processes including the BFI and the IF. And I also welcome their efforts to ensure that there is a skill development program for both water services authorities as well as the personnel of the municipalities at large. Skill development is very, very, very critical for the municipalities, especially in the conditions that we find ourselves in. And then the other thing, I also want to thank the Ministry of Water and Sanitation for this thing of underground water, especially in the underserved areas. It is long overdue. So for this one, I will encourage the department to thoroughly monitor the implementation of this underground water. The department is really trying, but monitoring, I think they really need to improve on that one, because there is money allocated, but the municipalities, they will just take their time to implement what they are supposed to do to improve the provision of services. And then the departmental support with the development of standardized water and sanitation services policy. It's a work well done for our municipalities. And also to ensure that they assist them with the development of the bylaws. This is going to assist the country. More so, all the municipalities will be using the standardized policies and the bylaws. But I want to encourage the department that also with these policies and the bylaws, there must be a continuous monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of the effectiveness of this policy and the bylaw. So my first question, Chair, with regard to the water and sanitation grant allocation, from the presentation in slide 21 or 22, I've noticed that the Gauteng was only allocated 36%. So I just want to know what was the criteria used for this allocation? Because looking at the challenges faced by Gauteng, as well as the population size of Gauteng, 36% chairperson, it's really not enough for that province. And then, Chair, under the municipalities under distress, Northern Cape remained unchanged with 9 municipalities still in distress. And Free State, only 1 municipality has changed. They've moved from 11 to 10. What is the departmental plan to assist Northern Cape and Free State? And why are these municipalities not improving? What are the main challenges? And still on the issue of the municipalities municipalities under distress, I've noticed that Western Cape and Mpumalanga, they do not have any municipality under distress. So, Chair, I just want to know, what did these 2 provinces do differently from others to remain at 0 distressed municipalities? And then the last question, Chair, is with regard to the Operation Bulela Metsi, which was launched in Northwest by the former minister as one of the interventions. The question is still this Bulela Metsi thing functioning? And if it does not, what is the department planning to ensure that they revive the Operation Bulela Metsi in Northwest? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Deputy Minister? Or you
Thanks,
want-
Chair. Operation Bulela Metsi, Honorable Kekagilwe, please note, Northwest, we work together with them, with the then acting Premier, Comrade Nono. We develop a turnaround plan. And in the department, the DG assigned the DDG, Rismat, and the provincial head. There's been some challenges there, we must admit. And a number of these interventions, they require more funding, but there's a lot of support that has been given to Northwest around approval of business plans and other mechanisms. Northwest is one of those particular provinces that will also benefit in the exploring of groundwater. There's a lot of groundwater. You know, Yomlopo Isle and others that are there so that we can explore. Just recently, we finished a very, very big project as part of Operation Bulela Metsi. The Deputy President, the Minister, and ourselves, we went to Muridile. Very, very good intervention working with that capable executive mayor of Muridile. He's doing very, very good job there. One of the things that was very striking, Chairperson, he was able to synchronize the work where the bulk infrastructure were doing on the other side with the reticulation. And a number of villages are actually benefiting. But then there's an unblocking of a number of projects. But the provincial head, I think, is here, and the DTG, under the DG, they will have an input on that one. On the issues of the grant allocations, the allocation, Honorable Kekagilwe, you know, there is an issue of applications. You need to apply so that we are able to get to be allocated. But in the main, when you look at Gauteng, it's not only the department grants that are given to Gauteng. Gauteng has metropoles. We have the city of Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, and Johannesburg. There are also other grants that are coming from other sector departments. Neville, at a particular point, work in human settlement. They normally get what we call Urban Settlement Development Grant, the USDG. And in law, 33% of USDG must go to water and sanitation. Then human settlement is also giving them the informal settlement upgrade grant that they are there. There's a lot of coordination about those particular issues. But as we say, all the traditional financing, whether is it grants, whether is monies from the sales of water, including the equitable share. Remember, in the equitable share, there's a free basic services. There is a component for water, more than 800 rands per household. And then for sanitation, more than 560 rands for sanitation. Then there's electricity, depending on the quality of their indigent register, so that those that don't have social protection around free basic services, they can be gathered on. But the other matters she has raised, Chairperson, we take them as a very good guidance around skills development, the other issues of norm and standard that we must move with speed to introduce these reforms, and then amend the legislation, tighten where there are gaps, but be very close to have the capability on how to monitor compliance. There is a self-monitoring, but then there's a regulatory one that we need to do as ourselves as a department, our regulatory capacity. But I will ask DG to allow DDG and the PH of Northwest also to come through, including if there's anything about the grants in Gauteng. But I've explained that one. And DMC Tluli, if any point he wants to come in, Chairperson, just to conclude this one, he will come through. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Birthday boy, do you want to come in now?
No. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning.
Your signal is bad, Deputy Minister.
And the team.
It means the
I
birthday has
think any
taken his network.
conversation that has to do with municipalities will find ourselves. My apologies. No, DJ can continue.
Yes. Ja, dan stuur hom net vir my. Okay.
It sounds to be very far on a holiday for
Honourable,
the birthday.
Honourable Member, we know you want to say that the cake is fine for next week. We accept that. I know you've eaten up your Wi-Fi as well. Can we then go to the department to respond to this? If the Minister, Deputy Minister's signal is better later, we can go back to him.
Mr. Marty?
Thanks, DG. I think the first question, Copter will also come in. It was based on the allocation in slide 21. What we want to elevate is this slide should not be read in isolation. And if you look at how Gauteng has been packaged, specifically on local municipalities and districts, you have about 6 municipalities that are actually classified to receive this grant. So that, and if you look at the infrastructure components or services in these municipalities, it's quite different to other provinces where these municipalities are located. Issues that are a challenge are issues of O&M in these municipalities. But what it shows there is that there's 36% which constitute 10% of water, and also 36%, another 26% on sanitation. But this should also not be read in isolation as the only grants that are allocated to the municipality, because what we have also covered in slide 20 is also to indicate that although we did not abstract a portion to indicate what is going to Gauteng, but there's also funding aligned to that. But I think maybe Copter will add to that. The issue on the question why the support plans for Northern Cape as well as Free State. If you zoom to slide 43 as well as slide 38, Chair, we have demonstrated the kind of support, although during the presentation I could not go much into the details. If you look at slide 38, we're indicating what kind of support is that. But for Northern Cape, to be precise, we showing in slide 43, and we gave a description that those municipalities in the Northern Cape, like for instance, Joe Morolo and the likes, are municipalities that are not only featuring in our list, they're also featuring in the Copter's list, and also where there are some asterisks, we're also indicating that this is where Copter is converting some of the grant to address the corrective action plans that are raised by the department. So although we did not indicate all the details, but in the annexures, we're indicating some of the programs that are linked to those municipalities. On the issues of distress, I think Copter will talk to that, but what we said in the presentation is that when you look at the indicators that the department looked at, we were looking at the drops report, but the other areas that Copter looked at, which are not what we looked at, but still very supportive, are issues of financial management, the general governance, and the political stability, which they looked at, and the AG has reflected some of these in their report. So that is why you find that other provinces don't feature, because issues of political instabilities, or governance politically might be stable based on the COCTA's assessment. But when you come to the drop findings, they also indicate that there are such issues. So I think the message that needs to be taken is that if there are gaps or areas or indicators that COCTA was not looking at, the good thing is our indicators from the drop reports and other indicators that we looked at, they still bring those municipalities which could not have been picked up. So it does not necessarily indicate that the support was not necessarily given in that manner. I think those are the key issues. COCTA will add a DG on some of the issues, but continual monitoring, we agree that we will continue. As we roll out this policy framework, Honorable Member, we do monitor, roll out, and ensure that these policies are on the ground, but it still remain the powers within council to ensure that those municipal managers, technical directors, and the respective people in those municipalities, they enforce those bylaws on the ground. And that is where the bigger support, as you've heard in our presentation, that MISA, COCTA, is supporting municipalities in that manner. Thanks, DG. I'll stop here.
Thank you. You concluded, DG?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, COCTA. Would you like to add?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, just a couple of points. As DDG Matye has indicated, in the determination of municipalities that we do as COCTA, we take into consideration the financial management, we take into consideration governance, and that's both political and administrative, and then also service provision, and grants management. So that's how that determination. So it's a little broader than what the department does. So that's how that determination is. And in relation to that, I think it's important to note that in many respects, a lot of the issues that result in a distress or even places a municipality at risk is primarily financial management, but it's a chicken and egg situation. Some of that financial management emanates from poor governance. So in many respects, the financial and the governance, the administrative governance. So when we talk about administrative governance, that would include procurement. So we know, for example, if your procurement system is bad, you're going to end up with huge amounts of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. So those are some of the categories. So it's one. In relation to that, the functionality of the council, is there sufficient oversight? So we know, for example, when there's insufficient oversight, particularly from elected representatives being councillors, over the administration, you end up with that. So there's this chain reaction that takes place from governance failures, both administrative and elective. It ends up with the financial. We end up with situations where we do analysis, and that includes, for example, audit outcomes. Is there regress? Is there progression? The issue around the question of unfunded budgets. Those are all of the issues that we determine. And all of those things impact on a municipality. The determination around that and the consequences of that is that either from National Treasury in terms of their MFMA, in terms of us, in terms of the relevant legislation, or in fact, like for example, in the case of DWS, in terms of your Section 63 powers, there's interventions or there's support. So key to this is both Section 154 of the Constitution, which compels national sphere, and that's not only COCTA, but all of the departments to be able to provide, national and provincial sphere, to provide that kind of support. The question that the honourable member says is, what is Mpumalanga and Western Cape doing good? The answer is that both the Western Cape and Mpumalanga have got very proactive cooperative governance systems, which allows for a substantial amount of Section 1.5 support. So even before a municipality reaches a state of distress, there are measures that are taken to support and ensure that there is a foundational measures that allows a municipality to function well, both governance, finance, and service delivery. So it's a proactive rather than a responsive. And I think in many respects that has worked well. So you'll see that although yes, municipalities in those provinces, they do find themselves with difficulty, but when those difficulties and those areas of weakness arise, it's very simple to, or not simple, I mean, it's much more easier to intervene and make sure that there's a correction and bringing back those municipalities. In the case of the municipalities that have continually been in the ICU under distress, one of the biggest issues that we've picked up is governance, and in many respects, some of that governance failures arise particularly from a political level, and the coalitions have impacted on that. So there's the coalitions bill that's now being introduced together with the IMSA bill to try and resolve some of these issues. But ultimately, the measures that we put in administratively and technically, sometimes they do work. In fact, there are instances where these measures have worked. But in many respects, municipalities just fall back into their old practices around the failures. So that's there. Just the point around the question of the grants, I think in relation to the manner in which the department allocates and prioritize grants, that's done through the system. There's an equitable formula that's used, taking into consideration all of the relevant developmental factors, so that happens. So even, for example, where in the instances where we've decided to allocate or determine a municipality will fall under the MIG Section 6B, there's been a rational, technical, evidence-based approach to say this municipality has not utilized the MIG, and it is therefore we are now placing it in a situation where it will then have to go through the MIG 6B approach. One of the things that we are working with, which I think I'm not sure if it was raised, but I emphasized, is between DWS, COCTA, we're bringing in human settlements, and some of the other, it's a progressive alignment, is to make sure that there's a grant planning process, because sometimes there are overlaps between what MIG funds, what RB, WISIC funds, but to ensure that when national government grants go in, there's no contradiction, there's no double dipping, but there's alignment, and we are able to achieve it, because sometimes municipalities does take advantage of national departments not talking to each other and not aligning those kind of those planning processes. But Chair, I think the important part is that particularly around this, there are measures that are now being put in place, and we're beginning to see some of the green shoots as per the presentation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member, are you satisfied with the responses you received?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, DG and the team for the responses.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Moore?
Thank you, Chairperson, and again, greetings to all on the call. Chair, I, as alluded to by the Honourable Reddy at the beginning of the session, I have lots of questions. So I've marked it down to 9 for DWS and a couple for COGTA. So I'm going to try and keep very brief and would ask in the responses so that there's an opportunity at the end for a second round of questions, so these questions get a chance to be asked, that the responses be a bit more concise, because we are getting longer and longer responses as the session goes on. Just a quick thank you to the DDG, Dr. Mathieu, and all of the responses so far on the presentation. It's very useful. But my first question is, a lot of the data is dated, coming from 2022 and 2023, both from the DWS drop reports as well as COGTA's State of Government 2023. And it should be noted that not all municipalities properly provided information to the drop reports, meaning the basis for the original 105 municipalities is not necessarily complete. And that's not a criticism, I'm just talking about the reality of the data. So the question is, at what point will there be updated information? Specifically, I'm looking for specific deadlines, because the experience on the ground is that things are getting worse, not better, and we need data to interrogate this experience. The second question is that while the department is not using Section 63 of the Water Services Act interventions, it does seem to have started to normalize support by proxy arrangements, such as Magali's Water in Tshwane, Amatola Water in Makanda, and Vaal Central in Maluti-Apofong and Machabeng, as well as the SPVs, like in Mfuleni. So I wanted to ask, is this a new policy direction being pursued by the minister and the department? Is it going to be the direction for interventions moving forward? The third question for this round of questions, Chair, is when will the committee get sight of the full Water Services Act Amendment Bill and an opportunity to engage in it with the department? And further, when will it be intended to be fully signed into effect and implemented? It's actually only mentioned, the amendment, Chair, once in this document, I think at the bottom of page 32 or something. And it's obviously quite an important intervention into this particular set of challenges we're facing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Chair, the team will deal with the question of data reliability, and thanks to Honorable Mo. Honorable Mo, our intervention support takes different forms. It depends on what are we dealing with. For an example, one of the things we look at was the implementation model or delivery model for local government. One of the things we have said that local government, if they don't have capacity, let them actually invoke Section 78 of the Water Services Act. Choose any organization or entity, whether it's a state entity, whether it's a private entity, and be in a position to ensure that they meet the minimum requirements of being a water service provider while they retain the Water Services Authority. But in our case as government, we say that we want to make state institutions to be at the disposal of these municipalities, hence our ability to use the water boards. In a number of cases, we have said. In certain instances, we use our own construction unit, internal construction unit. I know, for an example, right now in Standerton in Liqua, they are there. They are also helping in Mopane. There are a number of areas. But at the very same time, we also use other agencies of the state. MISA is an example. COGTA has been using them. But also in our case, implementing agent like DBSA. DBSA has been a very good partner around project management, financing, and many other things that they are doing. And we sometimes in other areas in our own department use entities like Water Use Association around maintenance of canal. We're just mobilizing capacity that is there, but we need to follow the processes. But our attitude, Honorable Moore, around implementation or delivery model, we have said that concessions, we support them as government, and the municipalities must follow processes. That's why SALGA, Provincial, and then SALGA, COGTA, and ourselves were working with them. And concession, like we have said before, is not a new model. It has been there before. There are elements of successes in our own country we can draw in. in the Northwest, if they can look at that Mid-Valley, it's a big opportunity. They sit with a lot of water reserves that they can do. But other models where you go at risk, with National Treasury, we look at build, own, train, and transfer, whether build, own, and operate. There are a number of these reforms that we said we needed to do. But all of them, they just want to resolve a mischief. The inability of a particular water service authority at a particular point, while it has certain constraints and problems, citizens will not be waiting for this organization to build their capacity. It has to be there within a time frame. The Water Services Amendment Bill, I know it has gone through all the executive processes with Cabinet. The DG will just make a referral, Honorable Mo, whether, if I'm not mistaken, it has been referred to the Speaker of Parliament. And I know we are supporting most of these reforms so that there is a greater clarity around support and interventions that we can be able to make. I will ask the DG and the team around the data integrity because of issues of recents and COGTA, including where is the amendment bill, if we send it to Parliament, so that at least our ever supportive portfolio committee through you, Chairperson, were able to engage on this one like we did with the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency. I also know that the National Water Act also went through all the other processes. Those are the two legislation, but DG can give us to say where are we. Thank you.
Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the issue of the data, I think Honourable Moore is referring to the green, blue and no drop reports. We did appoint a service provider to carry out new assessments quite some months ago. And I'm going to ask Annette to give the dates for when the new reports are planned to be released. They're going to be released in stages starting at the end of this year and during next year as well. These drop reports are very comprehensive assessments of all the water and wastewater systems in all the water services authorities, and they're done in a collaborative way together with the municipalities. So they do take quite a lot of time to carry out, and the results have to be verified. But the new data will be coming out at the end of this year and during next year as well for all three reports. Annette can come in just now and give the exact details. With regard to the question about the policy direction, it's not our policy as the department to favour one option for a water service provider over another. In terms of the legislation, the water services authorities have the power to decide who to appoint as their water service provider. Our concern as DWS is that whoever they decide to appoint must be competent to provide the service. And our concern is that clearly from the discussion today, many of the water services authorities which have appointed themselves their own internal departments as their water service providers have water service providers which are clearly not capable of providing the function well. So we are encouraging water services authorities to explore other options of capable water service providers. On the question of when the bills will go to Parliament, as indicated by the DM, I think Honourable Moore, you asked this question at the last meeting, and our Chief Director for Legal Services answered to say that Cabinet has approved that the bills be submitted to Parliament, both of them, the Water Services Amendment Bill and the National Water Bill. They are with the State Law Advisor for proofreading. They have to go through that step, and then we have to get a final certificate from them. That's where the Water Services Act, Water Services Amendment Bill is currently. We're just waiting for that process to be finished. And with the National Water Act, we're also waiting for the final certification, and it will then go to the Bills Office in Parliament. So hopefully any day soon, both bills will be will get the certificates from the State Law Advisor and they'll be submitted to the Bill's office in Parliament. Thank you, Chair. Annette, would you like to add on the dates for the new drop reports? And then Rizimati might want to add. Annette?
Thanks, DG. So our consultants have been appointed for a 3-year contract to look at all 3 programs together. So it's so that we could optimize on our efficiency. So the drinking water and the water use efficiencies, the blue drop and the no drop is running together with the teams, and then the green drop separately. We alternate these assessments. So we've concluded, we've done the physical assessments and audits of the green drop reports. The process is being moderated at the moment to verify and finalize the input for the data so that the report writing can commence. We have also done the progress data collection for the blue drop and the no drop. We are aiming probably to have it at the Indaba in March to have the reports released. It will focus on the municipal financial year 23-24. And then we are also starting now in November with the blue drop and no drop full assessments with the symposiums to get the municipalities ready for the next round, with the audits then planned for March to May for the drinking water and the no drop. And then we will alternate again. Just also probably for interest is that the City Support Program has expressed an interest or a requirement on the department that they would like us to conduct full assessments of the metropolitan municipalities to assess their progress on an annual basis, that we do full drop assessments of all the metros every year, and that process is being concluded. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Annette. Rizimati?
No, thanks, DG. I think just before I address the last part, it's Honorable Rumo, as although the data that we have used as key indicators for this 105 municipalities that are dismally performing, in the bigger scheme of things, you might look at that and look at like it's old data. But then we have to set the benchmark. We have to start somewhere. And I think, as Annette has indicated, when we produce the next round of the report, we'll then be able to benchmark with the previous report. We'll also be able to benchmark these current interventions and support that we spoke about, how much impact they'll be having in a sector. Of course, they help us to at least have the benchmarking system. The last part I wanted to address, Honorable Moore, is on the issue of how we are dealing with Section 63, specifically the support. And if you look on how Section 63 is currently crafted and the powers that are given to the minister, it expects the minister to take over water and sanitation functions at water in a municipality, in a water service authority. And if you read that and you look against the powers and functions that are afforded our water service authorities based on the Municipal Systems Act, then you have a challenge to implement such, because those powers still rest with the municipality. The minister is unable to take over technical capacity, finance, and have the MM and everyone reports to him. And hence, in this current form, Section 63 is partially implementable, because you can only offer support based on the powers and function. And that is why we spoke of the amendment and the licensing issues, is try to mitigate against the powers that minister cannot have that overarching authority in these municipalities. And in essence, Honorable Brumo, you are a scholar yourself. You will know fully well that we are unable to implement Section 63 without Section 139. So that municipality needs to be under administration in essence for us to be able to implement Section 63 in its essence, although in its partial form. So I thought I should just clarify that. Thanks, DG.
Thank you very much. Kokta, is there anything you would like to add to this? I think this is more related to water, but you're more than welcome.
Nothing from our side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Moore.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the responses. Just to say, I wasn't trying to criticize the data. It's just a reality. Even in the response, we're talking now about getting information from the financial year 2023-24, about 2 years later in the, coming towards 2026. It's challenging because obviously this information is so important. And as the DDG did say, I wouldn't call myself a scholar, but I am the one who read his entire report from cover to cover. And the data is so important, this information we're using. So the longer it takes from running the tests to getting the information, the less usable it is. But that's fantastic. And I'd also just like to say to the DG, I know I have asked the question about the Water Services Act Amendment Bill beforehand. And as you'll notice with the Lesotho Highlands and a few other items, I repeat myself because I want you to know I'm going to be asking about it again until hopefully any day soon becomes a session in the committee, because it's so vital in terms of the interventions that we're working on for that amendment bill to go through. But we can't support or not support it till we know what's in it. So, but with that, Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable Ramaila.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to my colleagues, honourable members, two deputy ministers, the DG, Coxter, and Salga present on this platform. Let me also, Chair, indicate that we do fully support the convention of the direct to indirect grants. However, maybe as a point of emphasis is to just request that indeed the department should be able to follow the National Treasury framework to the latter as far as that is concerned, because also this would have budgetary implications for the municipalities, so that even at appropriate time, municipalities must be able to make the necessary budget adjustments, because I guess there are already projects on the budget of the municipalities in this instance. And with these changes, it means at that correct time, when the period arrives for budget adjustments, municipalities must really be able to do so. And I just guess that the affected municipalities are taken on board in as far as this process is concerned. And I just wanted to mention that part. But also, Chair, that the overarching responsibility of the three spheres of government is to create an ethical, reliable, and developmental state. Now, we already know what it requires to be able to do that. Now, with the assessment done, it means municipalities, identified municipalities, aren't able to achieve that objective. Now, but over and above that, I should then believe that Coxter has a more responsibility to strengthen, in as far as oversight is concerned, to strengthen the capacity of the municipalities to be able to deliver services and promote sustainable development, which is a responsibility that must be carried through and through. We should not be operating islands. At some point, they are hands-on, at some point, they are not hands-on. I'm just saying this is a responsibility that they constitutionally are mandated to play. It's a very important role they need to play. Now, because of that, obviously for Coxter to capacitate these municipalities, they are going to be using MISA. Chair, you also know that MISA has been there for ages, and MISA has been present in municipalities. providing the similar support that we are talking about. I don't know whether an assessment of it has been done of the impact of the intervention by MISA and municipalities. And if that assessment is not done, then we might end up with the same results. And I'm saying so because in MISA, normally COGTA uses professional service providers. It's an outsourced service for MISA. Now, as an outsourced service for MISA, what normally happens is that when these PSPs get deployed to municipalities, because of the challenges and the frustrations that they faced, over time they get simply assimilated to the culture, the working culture of the various municipalities that are deployed to. And as a result, at the ultimate end, we don't see any positive impact of the intervention. So my question to COGTA in this instance, not being provided with background as to whether an assessment has been done on previous intervention, or background information as to whether there has been some sort of repurposing of MISA or some sort of restructuring. My question is MISA fit for the purpose as we speak now? As I have already indicated, Chair, for MISA to be fit for the purpose, those service providers that are getting deployed to municipalities must be able to understand this objective of creating an ethical, responsible, and developmental state. Otherwise, they'll go into these municipalities, do as they used to do, and be misaligned to the objective that we are expecting the intervention to achieve. If COGTA could really also respond to that part. Now, my other part, Chair, as I've spoken to the support of convention from direct to indirect grants. And I've said I'm sure the national treasury framework is being followed. But I think the point of emphasis I want to make here to the two deputy ministers, we also know that we know we've got a development planning tools, frameworks, or tools that have been used through and throughout. Part of the planning tools that DWS has to play regulatory responsibility on is ensuring that municipalities develop water service development plans. And those water service development plans are very critical because they are going to be aligned to the implementation ready studies. And thereafter, then they should form the IDPs of the municipalities. So, and I'm just saying we should not operate in islands. As the department, the department has got this responsibility as well. But when the department is not playing this responsibility impactfully so, it means one way or another, the department will also be found wanting. And I'm just saying, let's check up in that instance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. It seems the Minister is on a tea break.
No, thank you so much. My apology, I was pressing here. I will ask the others are comments, Chairperson, we take them to tighten certain aspects on our capabilities. I will ask that we allow DDG Neville to respond firstly on the MISA related, and then if the DG and the team have an input on the guidance that Honorable Ramaile has guided us to do. And I fully agree with him. There is always an area of improvement in leadership. And we know now that the state of these institutions, we have to up our game so that they don't fail. And ultimately, many citizens are dependent on them in the delivery of services. But let's allow DDG Neville Cheney to respond first, Chair.
Yeah, can I ask Kokta, can you respond first and then we'll go to DWS? Kokta?
Sorry, Chair. Chair, on the issue raised by the member Ramaila, I would have to go back to the department and just check with the colleagues at MISA around the question of the evaluation. And on that basis, would be able to then ask that we provide a response to yourselves, Chair. I think the point I just want to be able to leave is that remember that MISA is a component, government component part of the department. And in many respects, up until the conversion or the implementation of the current round of 6B grants, in terms of direct grants from the national department, I think it's just important to note that in the projects that were allocated to MISA, in the two municipalities, one of them being Utukela, the colleagues, MISA met all of the targets on time, on budget, and within scope. And I think the issue is it's just the current approach that we're wanting to take around the question that MISA then becomes a little more capacitated. But yes, it has relied particularly on an approach that where municipalities have requested support from the national department, and through MISA, where that technical support was available, the department then provided that. I think on the issue around the question of the assimilation into the culture, that would come out of the evaluation report, Chair. So as I've indicated, we'll provide that detail in consultation with the current CEO of MISA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see there's a hand of Luntu Ndalisi. Do you want to add to this?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm hoping that I'm audible because I'm also traveling. I'm Luntu Ndalasi from MISA. I'm the acting DDG for Technical Support Services. In just to respond to the question asked by Member Maila, the MISA was repurposed or restructured in 2016-17 financial year. We are operating on a new structure that does not utilize service providers or professional consultants. We have our own technical professionals that we deploy to municipalities. We have in excess of about 80 technical professionals that we deploy to municipalities. On top of those 80 professionals that we deploy to municipalities, we also have about 150 young professionals that we insource and also deploy to municipalities as to complement the support that we provide to municipalities. It ranges from the field of civil engineers, electrical engineers, and professional town planners. The repurposing, I think the impact assessment that was done was presented thoroughly in 2023 when we were celebrating our 10 years. And out of that assessment, there were areas of improvements that were identified. And we are working towards implementing those areas that were identified for improvement. But all in all, Chair, I think the list of the problems that are identified and bulk of issues that are limiting our impact in municipalities is because municipalities are autonomous in nature. And as much as you can provide all the technical support and improvement areas, it's upon them to implement. But the major issue is around operation and maintenance of infrastructure. We've been engaging National Treasury on this for investment of the funds to ensure that it is plowed towards operation and maintenance. you can develop an O&M plan for the municipalities, but if they don't have ring-fenced funding to implement that, it becomes a problem and a challenge. So I thought, let me just provide that high-level response. We can always provide a written response as Neville has suggested. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Chair. We also work very closely with the MISA deployees, engineers in municipalities. Our assessment is the same as Lontu's assessment. Sometimes, if you listen to DDG Neville's presentation, he said that often the problem is governance in municipalities. So the engineers, the MISA engineers might be providing good advice to the municipalities, but if the leadership of the municipality doesn't want to listen to the advice, then there's limitations to which that support from MISA can have a positive impact. Rizimati, would you like to add regarding the other issue?
Thanks, DG. I think the last part on the department side support, as we have indicated, it's in line with what MISA is doing. We have said that some of the challenges, it's the lack of asset register or water and sanitation master plan, if anything at all. So we do, through a panel of engineers, we then support these municipalities to develop those water service development plans. And most of the time, the people on the ground who are working with these PSPs that we are deploying to these municipalities are MISA engineers. So they assist in collecting some of this data and analysis so that by the time these 5-year reliability plans are cross-checked with MISA to support these municipalities. And as DG has indicated, the gap has been the implementation, and also to take this through council, because Chair, these 5-year reliability plans, so the water service development plan, which is a council approved document, becomes a bottleneck if it is never approved, because that is what you need, number one, to unlock the grant funding that we're talking about. And even if you are to go to raise funding in the market, these are statutory documents that you need to comply with so that this grant allocated by National Treasury through us are complied with. So that support is always provided. That is the only point I needed to add, DG. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ramayila, are you satisfied with the response you received?
Thank you, Chair. I'm fine. I think if we could just be from MISA side, and I think the department, this intervention obviously is going to bring with it skills development. So we need a skills development plan from MISA. If we could also have their communication plan, because mostly if you don't have a thorough communication plan, the message doesn't get received well by the people that need to be capacitated. If we could have such a plan, but also if we could have this technical support framework from MISA. And lastly, if we could have the monitoring and evaluation mechanism that's going to be used. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We've got half an hour left. We're going to go into a second round. May I ask that we can even go into a fourth round or third round? Can I ask that to give everybody an opportunity? Can you ask only one question now, and if we can go through it, we can go another round. So give everybody the opportunity, but just ask the question, and then from the department side, if we can maybe answer it quicker and don't explain that much, so that we can get more questions in this round. Honorable Ditebe.
Chairperson, can you hear me?
I hear you, thank you.
Thank you very much. Greetings to you once again, Chair. Everybody on the platform, DM. Chair, my question relates basically to what the DDG from COCTA referred to in terms of Section 105 of the Systems Act. And that was in reference to, I think, a question asked what it is that the two provinces in Mpumalanga and the Western Cape did right, which other provinces didn't get right. So we all know that I think organizations, private organizations and municipalities, water service authorities, etc. Okay. They were given, I think, 24 months to be compliant in terms of appointment of senior process controllers. Now, given the fact that we are dealing with these 105 municipalities, and in terms of the support framework that MISA provides, have all those municipalities been assisted to register with the Water Institute of Southern Africa in terms of Regulation 3630? Which was gazetted, I think, in June of 2023. Perhaps if the DG and our DG, DWS, and the DG from COCTA could respond, please, because I think then that will give context, Chair, to Section 105 that's provided by MECs, but also read with the interventions by MISA. Thank you.
COCTA?
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, Chair. I suppose the reference was to Section 154, and I suppose, but notwithstanding, I think Member Ditebe's point is that there are turnaround times that are specified in the regulations with particular reference to appointment of personnel. And in our case, we've stipulated that for senior managers that within a period of 3 months, if after advertising, the post must be filled. And if not, then there are certain non-compliances that will apply. In relation to officials that fall below that, that would fall within the delegations as well as the regulations that the municipality itself. And I think this is one of the issues that has been flagged by the Auditor General, that in many respects, municipalities not only do not comply with national and provincial legislation, constitution, or even regulations and directives, but they don't even do that with their own stipulated delegations, bylaws, and in certain instances procedures. So that's an important point, and I think it's one of those things that occurs that, yes, again, in the provinces that do well, and we could add, for example, in many respects, some of the work that the KZN province does, in terms of the way that they manage in some of their municipalities and turnarounds. If there's a really good oversight mechanism and there are weaknesses in it, and we concede that, yes, there are those, and I think one of the members did raise that we are continually wanting to improve our oversight mechanisms, because if we ensure that municipalities do what they're supposed to within the framework of not interfering, but respecting their autonomy and their interspherical powers and functions, we'd be able to do that a lot better. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. DWS?
I have nothing to add, Chair. Rizimati?
No, there's nothing from us. Annette will address when the WISA issued the regulation part of it. Just Annette.
Thank you. The department is verifying the registration of the process controllers through the audits. We have seen an increase in registration due to the deadline of the norms and standards. WISA has also assisted in publicizing the norms and standards for these process controller regulations so that there is a greater registration. So we are seeing an increase of process controller registration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ditebe, you satisfied?
Chair, just this last one. Well, of course, Section 105 of the Systems Act read with Section 154 of the Constitution, so certainly no contradiction there. But on this part, the last part by Mayor Annette, now to the extent that the deadline has expired, are you basically using a carrot approach, or do you levy fees, penalties on those that are non-compliant? And obviously, this doesn't relate only to municipalities, but even to private companies. Perhaps if you could clarify that one more time.
Thank you very much. Can we get that clarified, DG?
Annette?
Thank you for the question. The amendment bill, I think DG has said a couple of times, the enforcement of the Water Services Act is not enabling us to do administrative enforcement. So as the amendment bill gets assented to, we will be able to issue administrative notices. We will not take on process controllers in their personal capacity, but the entity that is required to have these process controllers registered in their capacity. As I said, we will have the audit data from the Green Drop report, and that will be part of the corrective actions that the municipalities will then be asked to provide. We can also do the same thing with our other institutions, like the private companies that require process controllers. We will deal with them through the normal compliance and enforcement mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Ditepa. I think that clarified it. Are you satisfied?
Yes, Chair, I am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Reddy, can you maybe ask one question and we can see whether they can fit in another round?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to clarify something. As a committee and as members of this committee, we have a task of being able to look at what is being implemented and weigh it against the laws that we've created. And if those laws, the legislation is not working as we anticipated to do, our responsibility is to amend that law. So, for any member to come and say that the grants are not meant to be used for operations and maintenance because the law says so, is a bit short-sighted, because the reason we are discussing these issues is simply because we want to review the laws where we think they have failed. I made the point earlier, and my question is related to that. So I want to deal specifically with this. Why does the department continue with this short-sighted grant design? I know it says that the law says you can't use it for any other means, but tell us where we need to make an amendment. Because the grants at the moment is only allowing for capital projects. And as a result of that, these are not going to last for long. You know, you've got collection issues on the ground, and that's one of the reasons why municipalities cannot maintain infrastructure. So we need to look long-term here, and if the law is preventing us from providing O&M, then maybe we need to amend that law. The second question, I want to just pick up from Honourable Moore, and I want to suggest, Chairperson, that at the next committee meeting, we have a standalone item called the Water Services Amendment Bill. Let us interrogate this further, and let's understand exactly where we are, what the thinking is, because I'm hearing conflicting messages about the same bill. And I think as members of the committee, we all need to be on the same page, singing from the same hymn book, as it were. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Minister Maslobo, would you want to answer, or can I go to the DG directly?
Chairperson, the points that are raised by Honourable Reddy, they are well received. But accounting officers and financial managers, Honorable Reddy, there are constraints. Remember, grants, they have certain conditions. And immediately you don't follow the conditions that are there, there's a personal liability and exposure in terms of the amended Public Audit Act for accounting officers, including executing authorities. It has been through hard work over some time that we're able to get the conditionality around municipal infrastructure grant, wherein in the MIG, in the main, where there is a provision that at least a minimum of 50% must be for water and sanitation. And in the same amount of 50%, you take the 10% just for issues of operations and maintenance. And it was a long struggle to arrive at that particular point, but National Treasury Chairperson supported us on that particular point. Despite those decisions, Chairperson, there is an issue of discipline and leadership on agreed positions. For an example, a number of municipalities or water services authorities that have been allowed this leeway, they still don't actually set aside 50% for water and sanitation. There are those that don't do that. But secondly, there are those that even if they are allowed 10%, they don't do that. In other words, there are issues of leadership, but we actually end up have to regulate. Imagine human behavior, Chair. We have to start regulating it. For an example, we made another decision that ring-fence the budget, ring-fence the money from sales of water and electricity, and take the highest percentage, Honorable Reddy, so that you can be able to do that. They know it's just about a management and leadership question. They don't do it. But probably in these amendments, we'll have to make it more obligatory. Then there must be consequence management for not doing those. I fully agree with you. Sometimes throwing in money in this institution as part of support is not a panacea for the problems. The issues around stabilization of governance and leadership, both at political and administrative level, is the biggest issue that we must overcome, including the role of citizens, especially those who can afford, that have a view that they don't have to pay for services. They pay for everything and don't pay for municipal services, including some public representatives who are either councillors, who are either members of legislation, parliament, who are owing municipal services. We must pay for them. That culture of non-payment. But I will support an idea to say, what else can we do more to be able to do that? For an example, Honorable Reid, when we do the infrastructure investment in CAPEX, whether through RPIC, WISIC, and other grants that are coming from the state, from an engineering point of view in the built environment, for ratification, we've always placed a premium that there is a retention fee so that there can be a ratification. And the retention fee has always been held back for at least a minimum period of 12 months. These are some of the monies that can be able to do that. Therefore, the prudence and vigilance around financial planning and financial management is what we need to be able to insist, including dealing decisively with ugly face of corruption and actually malfeasance that are causing some of the problems. Because in as much as we agree that traditional funding is not adequate, Honorable Chair, but we must admit that there are a lot of wastages and inefficiencies on the current funding that is already available in the sector. But let's get it. When it arrives there, Honorable Reddy, we should be in a position to be decisive. The last point, our office, Honorable Chairperson, will come back to you in writing within the 7 days you normally give us. The DG will interact with the state law advisors. I know we presented this document. I presented them in the cabinet committees. The both X, the DG was there, was supported. They went to cabinet. They've been approved. But for compliance matters, like the DG was saying, you will check with the state law advisors. Will give you to say where are the processes and roadmap, so that you can assist us around these gaps in terms of legislation and regulations, so that you can also start to develop your own roadmap. Immediately it lands on your table. And our prayer to you is that immediately they arrive, we are hopeful that by the end of this financial year, at least by early next year, all the necessary processes will have been undertaken, so that in the beginning of the new financial year, we can start to implement these reforms envisaged in our laws. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Honourable Reddy, are you satisfied with the response? And we will wait for this roadmap, and then we can continue with looking at that, the bill. Honourable Reddy? It seems Honourable Reddy is satisfied with that. Honourable Moore, one question, please.
Yes, Chair. I'm happy with that response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Moore?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to rush straight into it because I've still got another 10 questions, so we'll see how we go. Just regarding financing the 400 billion rand backlog, the report highlights an enormous 400 billion infrastructure backlog in the worst municipalities. And remember, these don't include most of the metros. I know Joburg Water alone has a 24, 28 billion rand backlog. So the actual size of the problem nationwide is much larger. But this huge backlog is versus roughly 10 billion rand per year currently allocated to grants. And I wanted to ask the department, how does the department envision bridging this gap? Particularly, could it elaborate on its use of the Water Partnerships Office, and whether there have been any major public-private partnerships or alternate financing deals that they can use as examples of the success of this mechanism? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Minister?
No, thank you very much. Honourable Moore, our funding model, firstly, it says the traditional financing must be fully utilized, must be ring-fenced. In other words, all the grants that are being made available, Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant, Water Services Improvement Grant, the 33% in the Urban Settlement Development Grant, whether the Human Settlement Development Grant, whether the Informal Urban Settlement Development Grant, including the 50% in MIG, plus the money from the water sales, including the money from the equitable share. Remember, in the equitable share for free basic services that I spoke about, let's actually be transparent about those monies, put them on the table, invest them both in OPEX and CAPEX, so that we can deal with those issues. The second point, you are absolutely correct. We are actually using blended financing, and that Water Partnership Office, working with DBSA, National Treasury and Infrastructure Fund, there are a number of these projects in terms of blended financing that are for water. DDG Matter spoke to. You look at the example that we're dealing with in the question of the Oliphant Sport Ebenezer in Limpopo, the Pilansbeck and others. And out of all the money that has been solicited around the question of blended finance, more than 23 billion rands is actually supporting most of our projects. And equally, private sector, they've been at the center of all the funding of our major infrastructure. We'll proceed with those mechanisms. That's why when you look at in the Northern Cape, partnering with the mines, the Valga Mahara pipeline, now we're on phase 2, will proceed. The situation in Limpopo around the question of the Oliphants management model, taking the water from the Dewop Dam to the Sikukun and Nebo Plateau to Capricorn, including via Pulugwane, and putting all those monies. That's why we are actually opening it up, because the money that is required in the fiscus, Honourable Mom, we are absolutely correct. We will never be in a position to meet our targets. In reality, our estimates are actually correct. They are more than the 400 billion rands. You know that Africa, to meet the SDG, they need 30 billion rand per annum. The last figures, when we look at the National Water Resource Strategy, we needed more than R1 trillion, and the numbers, they change. Therefore, we don't care whether the cat is black or white. As long as it catches the mice, we'll be able to mobilize financing from various organizations, both here at home and outside our home. And actually, the implementation modalities were spoken about: concession, SPVs, and all these other methods of build, own, train, transfer, build, own, and operate is a mechanism of how to actually bring more finances, but also the implementation capacity to put it on terms that will be able to meet our targets. But more importantly, while local government is being fixed, and ensure that there is a state ownership at the end of whatever arrangement we make. And also our ability to ensure that we fix the credit control, revenue management, because if we take bonds in the markets or we take loans, we must have the capability to ensure that we pay back that particular amount so that our credit worthiness remain on track. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Colleagues, Honourable Moore, I think you were not 100% answered on that, but can I go for a second round of questions quickly? Who else wants to ask? Honourable Moore, whilst I still need to find out whether you're satisfied, can you then maybe ask a second question and then we can go back to other members as well?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the DM for the response. I think it's going to be a make or break for our administration on how effectively we make use of that. So thank you for the response. It isn't everything I'm looking for, but we'll keep going. A next question then, Chairperson, is, and I'm starting to skip a few because I want to get to cognizant ones. Can I please ask, there are various efforts to turn around municipalities, particularly in terms of water provision. Can I ask DWS and COGTA separately, can they each give an example of an intervention that has already successfully turned around the decline in a municipality? So not something like Mfuleni where the hope is that it will turn around the municipality, but I'm looking for an example of an intervention within the water space that has successfully turned around the decline in a municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. COGTA?
Thank you, Chair. I suppose I could use the example of Enoch and Gijima in the Eastern Cape as an example, and I could provide the detail on what was there before and what's happened now and where we're at. Thanks, Chair.
DG?
Thank you, Chair. Rizimati, would you like to respond?
So thanks, DG. I think we can give a couple of examples, but we have to segregate on the impact thereof. I'm unfortunately have to raise the famous Gyan topic, and there's a reason why I'm raising this, because it has always been in the news. We know of the delays in that first intervention in Guyana, but when the department stepped in to accelerate the project, we managed to finish one phase of the project to take the raw water from Nandoni to Guyana. We optimized the plant. We finished those projects, but then over and above that, we included additional scope of reticulating with those communities in Guyana, of which 24 of those have now been completed. Now, that is just one of those examples that I can actually give overhead. But our support, Chair, it's not instant, and I think that is the issue that we need to elevate. It's not like you will see the result now. It's continuous, and you measure progress over a couple of years. But I think there's progress on the ground that we can basically elevate. One last example is what we are doing in KZN. We're having an intervention under Section 63, partially in Nomkhanyapo with the if you look at how many projects we have on the ground and trying to stabilize these communities with various schemes on the ground, there is positive outcome that we can be able to measure. We can mention Ugu district in KZN. There's an intervention and support there. So there's quite a few that we can say there's progress on the ground that we can elevate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moore. You got some more examples?
There's other people who want to ask. As chair, I mean, I could say that Guyani isn't a success yet, and Ugu district is a terrible example. And I'll look into Enoch in Kajima, but let my other colleagues have a chance to have a look into things.
Thank you very
Chair.
much. Honourable Reddy.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me just confine it to two issues. The first, and this question is directed to you, Chair. What we've heard today in the presentations is clearly that the department, the National Department of Water and Sanitation, it's in our interest to know where communities are being affected with water provision. And where there are crises, we can step in whatever way, whatever name we call it, whether it's support to municipalities or whatever. Now, we've heard today that there's 105 municipalities that are limping, of which I think about 30 or 40 are in distress. Would you, as a chairperson, consider this committee going on oversight visits to the most distressed municipalities and to be able to see firsthand just what is being experienced by communities there, one. Secondly, whether we will be able to follow up on those municipalities where grants have flowed through RBIG and other grants that have gone there to support those municipalities and to see firsthand how these grants have been assisting those municipalities, what capacity they have, etc. And we could do this jointly with COCTA. Chairperson, the second issue relates to the drop reports. What is clear is that it reveals a systemic collapse. And what I want to find out is, why are these performance scores not linked to consequence management, like suspension, dismissals, and even prosecutions? Because communities today have lost trust and faith in municipalities and the department, wherever water is concerned. So will the department commit to publishing not only the drop reports, but also the corrective action plans and the progress reports, so the public can hold their municipalities accountable? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Reddy. As a collective, as a committee, we will take that decision. I fully agree that we need to go on oversight on that, but we will set up a meeting with the committee on its own, and then we will decide as a committee where we will go. It's not my prerogative alone, but the committee as well. So I support your view on this matter, and we will discuss that doing oversight. What I need to just say that I have already requested the chair of chair for additional meeting time, so that we can scrutinize Joburg Water and Joburg with COCTA to sort out this huge problem that Joburg Water's got, but we still await approval for that. So, DG, would you respond to the question on the drop reports?
Yes, thank you, Chair. When we do our drop reports, we ask the municipalities to produce corrective action plans. When we had the Indaba earlier this year, we provided information which was made publicly available on progress of the municipalities in terms of them producing their CAP reports and implementing them. So that information is publicly available, and we can continue as well to make that information available on whether they've submitted corrective action plans to us and their progress in implementing them. But as we indicated earlier, Chairperson, we don't have any powers to take action against municipalities as the regulator for not producing CAPS reports or not implementing them. And that's one of the reasons why we've prepared the amendments to the Water Services Act to give us greater powers in that regard. So members will see when the amendment bill comes to the committee that we are putting in amendments there which would give us similar powers as in the National Water Act to issue directives and notices, and as a last resort to lay criminal charges against municipalities for non-compliance with the norms and standards issued in terms of the Water Services Act. However, given that municipalities are a separate sphere of government in terms of the Constitution, I doubt that it would be constitutional for us to put in their water amendment bill, for example, that we could dismiss a mayor who's elected because of non-submission of a cap or non-implementation of a SAP, or that we could have the powers, for example, to dismiss municipal officials. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairperson, let me come through.
If it's very short, Minister, I've got one member still and I've got another meeting at 1 again. So you can...
No, thanks, Chair. We're also running to the airport. Just Honorable Reddy, on the drop reports, just note that there is a green drop and a blue drop. Those two reports, they're about the quality of water. And all those that are not meeting the quality standards in terms of pollution, a number of compliance issues and directives have been taken, including some people that have been taken to court. Remember that those two reports, they're about quality. And then the no drop report is about asset management. That component is not actually taken care of. And in the amendment that is coming to you, we're looking at personal liability rather than institutional liability, especially for accounting officers and including the council when there are these matters that are there. But you will see that we can strengthen that particular area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Honorable Reddy, that was...
Chairperson, I know that there's time issues, but I agree with the Deputy Minister. I think that's correct. Let's hold him personally liable. Just the second point very quickly. It's not, when I said let's perform our oversight role, I didn't mean choose from a hat municipalities like Johannesburg and so on. If you look at the report, if you go to page 6, it lists critical municipalities. For example, number 1 is Chokologo, Kariberg, Metsimaholo, something like that, Merafong. We can go to these municipalities, engage with the water boards that's reporting there, together with the municipality, meet communities, go out there and see exactly what's going on. We cannot manage this crisis by remote. That's what I'm
Honorable Reddy, my apology, you misunderstood me. I'm on the same page as you. We will go there, but we as a committee will take a decision on which one will go first or which bunch we can do. There's only so much we can
that's
do.
Fine. That's fine. No, you've answered me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Ditebe, your last question.
Yeah, Chair, thanks. Last question for the day, Chair. This one is directed to COCTA. Chairperson, in respect of municipalities where a section 1395 or 1397, sub 5 or sub 7, in terms of the Constitution has been invoked, what is it that they do, particularly in the same spirit as that one of collaboration between COCTA and DWS to ensure that the financial health of municipalities drastically improves? If I may make an example, Chairperson, the EXCO rep of the Free State provincial government has just released a very detailed report on Machabeng, for example, and clearly says these are the steps that need to be taken. This is my challenge, Chairperson, and I'm just making an example with something that I've seen, and I've seen that there are other municipalities where Section 139, either judicially or at the instance of the executive, has been instituted. If this is left to the political leadership of that particular municipality to determine or to decide whether they comply or not, or wait for the Auditor General to then come later and say this, there was fruitless, wasteful expenditure, etc. We're going nowhere fast. So I am pleading with COCTA to understand here and appreciate that we need corrective action that's very proactive, particularly in line with such detailed reports as what the EXCO rep in Machabeng, of course, that involves COCTA and National Treasury. The EXCO rep has done in terms of that report, because we have had, even in that municipality, instances where the EXCO rep, COCTA, and National Treasury were actually sabotaged. The same day that they needed to meet with the executive management, the executive mayor would convene a meeting with the same cohort of officials. Clearly, I mean, a very premeditated and calculated act of sabotaging that intervention. And it's a constitutional requirement, whether it's at the instance of a court or the executive. So I'm saying, if we don't do that, the issue, the challenge that the Deputy Minister raised of trade-in services revenue not being ring-fenced, we will forever sing a song about that, and nothing will become of it unless we go to the core issues, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, COCTA.
Nothing from our side. Thank you, Chair.
Well, the question was raised, and do you want to respond to the question on how do you make sure that Section 139 municipalities, they get out of that much better?
Sorry, Chair, my apologies for that. Chair, as I've indicated, I think one of the key steps that what we're wanting to do, and I think together with the provinces and the rest of the departments, is to ensure that we not intervene, but we provide the necessary support as a proactive measure. So in terms of Section 154, so what are the early warning measures that are in place to ensure that a municipality there's no requirement for a 139 intervention. But in the event that there is a 139 intervention, I mean, I think we're all aware that the 139 has got progressive steps. So it's the province, and then the last measure is obviously the national department. And one of the things that we are doing together with the National Treasury is to be putting in place. We signed a collaborative agreement with the National Treasury to specifically address the issues of a commonality and approach that ensures that where a 139 has taken place, there is a agreement, there's an alignment between what Treasury does, what COCTA does, what other sector departments. So, because in many respects, what we have learned is that because of that lack of synergy between ourselves, particularly at a national and a provincial level, there has been some weaknesses, and we've found, for example, financial recovery plans. So the response is what we have done together with the National Department, National Treasury, is concluding a framework that provides a standard operating procedure of how we are going to approach it, so that we are measuring the same thing, the outcomes are the same, and when we exit, there's an agreed set of targets that have been met. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Dikebe. That was the response.
Chairperson, yes, on the proviso that there is immediate intervention to ensure that all those steps that are outlined, as the DDG has said, whether it's sub 5 or sub 7 of 139, that we do not wait until after the fact, because that's very costly. As you can see, we have entities, the water boards, we must ensure that they are in a good state of health financially, but if they are impinged by governance and governance failures in municipalities, then, we'll always be back in this situation. So I'm just pleading with COCTA because, as people that do oversight, there are things that we cite ourselves even before officials. And I agree, back again to the DG's article, that it's not beneath the dignity of senior officials to be involved operationally in some of these things where necessary. Certainly they must have an aerial view of what's happening, but being operationally involved just to get a sense of what's happening is important so that we are not reactive, because provisions such as 6.3, even 139 of the Constitution, 105 of the Municipal Systems Act, those are actually meant, particularly 139 and 6.3 of the Water Services Act, they are actually meant to come in as a last resort. So it must be a norm for us to govern well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. That brings us then to the end of this meeting today. Thank you very much for the honourable members that has been very disciplined. And thank you also for the questions that's been asked and the answers that we have received on that. Colleagues, just take note that next week we will have a very important in-person meeting in Cape Town, where National Treasury, COCTA, as well as DWS will be present, and we need to put this thing of the equitable share in bed to do exactly what Honourable Dikebe has said now. We've got to protect our water boards and get municipality disciplined to pay for water that's been used. But that said, thank you very much to the ministers, to COCTA and to SALGA that was present, and then also to the officials of DWS and officials of Parliament for organizing this meeting today. Thank you very much for being present, and this meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, comrades.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DM, comrades, everyone.
Record